Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you can hear me. Let me go ahead and check my video feed and make sure that it is working. So we'll go ahead and do that. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you can. Excellent. Sound is good, and I am here. So I want to welcome everybody to yet another week of Morning at 8, Live at 8 with Rick. And as you know, most of us have adapted our lives to getting up somewhere between, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, whatever. Watch Dr. Kiltz and his live stream, and then move on to our friend Mitch, the old guy carnivore, which again, I'm sure that the majority of us watch on a regular basis. He's on every morning except for Saturday, which is the morning that I'm on, and is the only morning where you will find me online doing a live. Now, there is, of course, the exception to the rule, which is that at any time, anyone in the community, and again, we have new people that come on, they're looking for somebody to interview or co-host with, they will contact me, and I always say yes. Even if it was a vegan, I would be glad to join a vegan live stream. I'm sure there'd be a lot of hate, but what else do you expect from the vegan community? But as a carnivore community, we all seem to like each other, and that's good. Now, I know that I'm not the most popular one with the big-time carnivores, the ones that have the membership groups and the coaching and all the other stuff like that. They tend to avoid me because I'm the guy that hates people taking advantage of others, and I do believe that a lot of people see this as an opportunity to enrich themselves or to promote themselves. Now, again, there's nothing wrong with promoting yourself, and there's nothing wrong with getting an income. That is fine. It takes time, and it takes money, and it takes imagination to create a YouTube channel that people will actually want to watch. And we can see this, again, we watch Mitch every day, and he mentions it over and over again to remind you that it takes time and money. So a lot of times people will take the initiative, and they will do donations, buy me a coffee or Patreon, or they'll join their live community, whatever, that's fine. That is your choice. Where I draw the line is when people start promising things like, I'm going to coach you how to be successful. And I go, oh no, not this again. And I wanted to make a detailed video on that, but sadly, my laptop has sort of failed, and I've been busy anyway. The weather here has been quite rainy, although today the sun is out. So I'm actually surprised. I'm sure that as soon as I conclude the live stream, then the dark clouds will converge and they will say, okay, Rick, we don't want you making any progress, so we're going to rain you out. But anyway, that's what I'm dealing with there. Now, again, I hope everyone is having a great Saturday. Now, as you probably know, not only is there Live at 8 with Rick, but there's also Live at 4 with Rick and Thomas, Target Prime Rib. And again, talk about success stories. We have a lot of them there. Our friend Thomas, he's been making the effort to go out there, and not only that, even though, he has his disabilities thanks to the duck food diet and the previous lifestyle, he has not let that hold him back, and he's been making the effort to go ahead, and he's been out there making a name for himself in the carnivore community. He's been interviewed by several of the big-time carnivores, and he has his own YouTube channel. Doesn't have enough subscribers. We can fix that. We can get more people to subscribe to his channel. And I know that in the beginning, maybe his speech wasn't the greatest, maybe too many ums and ahs, but you see the improvement. He is definitely getting sharper as time goes on, and I'm very happy that he has invited me to be interviewed on his channel. And again, like all of us, success takes time, and as time goes on, people improve. That's a great thing I like about the carnivore community. We have people that were in terrible condition. Their health was failing. Their life may have been falling apart, and they've used the carnivore diet as part of their plan for reversing the problems and attaining additional success. So again, at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, I will be online with Thomas, which means there will be no record-breaking live stream with Rick today. In fact, I'm going to try to end this at lunchtime because I need time to prepare. Now, contrary to popular belief, I do think a lot about who's going to interview me and what kind of subjects we're going to talk about. So it really is important that I have the time, that I can do things. And what I like to do is some physical work. Now, I still have to finish placing the tarp on my roof, which I haven't done. Too many distractions, too much rain. So if the live stream ends and the sun is still out and I look at the sky and I figure I have a couple of hours more of rain-free time, I'm going to go up there and put the rest of that tarp down, and hopefully that will stop the roof leak. Now, if I would have done that a week ago, I would not have lost my laptop. So I really need to do that. And again, the delay was I did not have a tarp, but my friend was able to get one and give it to me. The problem was between the side jobs and the weather, I never got it done. But anyway, that's what I'm dealing with. So let's go ahead and check out the comments. Now, I'm sure that YouTube has removed some of my earlier comments and I waited until yesterday afternoon, hoping that YouTube wouldn't see my channel and wouldn't remove the comments. But I should have saved the original comments, which I didn't do. So let me go ahead and switch the scene, and we will definitely see who was. Now, the first one over here, I got to bed late 1 a.m., but I will see you, Rick and Milton, and Quacks when I wake up. That's Javette. And Lady June says, I see the YouTube removed my comment from last night. Yes, and they do that from time to time, and I honestly don't know why. But because I'm a nobody on YouTube, every time I've tried to email them, I get basically an AI-generated response with no useful information. United Carnivore says, greetings from Tampa Bay. Greetings. And hopefully within about a month, I will be in the Tampa area. I still have to figure out what to do about little Milton because I need to find some way of feeding him. I am not taking him with me. I do not want to risk losing my wonderful little cat. And again, Milton is actually a part of the live stream because I started the live stream after I got Milton. And it was kind of being with Milton and seeing how people like cats. I thought, this would be kind of a nice thing. And I started with the live stream, and a lot of the live streamers didn't have a pet. So I thought, yeah, let me add that. And speaking of Thomas, right here we have him saying, hello, everyone. Hello, Thomas. And I will see you in about, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 hours. All right. So I will have the pleasure of being on your channel. And Father of United Carnivore, good morning, Rick, and everyone from a rainy Melbourne morning in Florida. Now, my outside cameras are not working, but if you could see outside, the sun is out and the birds are flying around. And hopefully soon the duckies will be waddling in and looking for some duck food. And I have a little bit of duck food in the refrigerator. I have ramen noodles that are soaking in some water, and they will go to the ducks. So I'm training them to come back. Hopefully, when I do my outdoor live streams, which I'm hoping to do, as soon as our weather improves, we do get 2 weeks of very nice weather in Miami. We get 9 months of absolutely horrible weather, but we get about 2 weeks of really good weather. So I can go outside and I can do my live stream from the great outdoors, and maybe the duckies will be over there waddling around and wagging their little tails that everybody can see it. And Brian Fly Fisherman Dish says, good morning, Sir Quack and everyone. And I say, good morning from Rick. And we have tremendous amount of comments, which is very good. And we have the hellos to everyone. And Lamb says, good morning, Quackers. And I say, good morning. And Smoothie 420, morning, Rick. Happy Saturday, all. And yes, Sandy Blythe also says, good morning, all. And BK Belgian Carnivore, hi, Rick and Milton. Hi, all Quack team. Yes. And Sandy says that she hears well, and that's very good. And sound is okay here. It all works. Yes. All right, Tard Nation, I see that you have the old name again with the what looks like Michael Moore picture. Good morning, another regular. Now, there's some people that have disappeared over time. Hopefully, that will change. I miss some of my previous regular subscribers. So we have hello from Thomas, and Sandy's been awake since 4:30, but she's feeling good. And Jerry, Oikush. I never could understand how to pronounce that name. I know how Mitch says it. But anyway, good morning from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. Again, glad to have the Floridians here. and hopefully I'll be able to meet Floridians in person over time. And we have Alp Ozen. I don't recognize that name, but I think you have been here before. May the meat be with you. Yes, and I agree. Or better yet, may the meat be in you. And let's see. We have Larry. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And we have somebody else different. Old Radio 67? No. Old Radio 57. I was correct. Hello, Rick. Well, hello, Old Radio 57. Let's see. Mannix Gaming. What you guys feel if you accidentally eat seed oils? For me, I generally get diarrhea within 3 hours to the end of the day. And it depends on the dose. A small amount of seed oils doesn't seem to have any effect. However, if I eat chicken cooked with seed oils, it's very bad. Let's say that I've eaten steak that was cooked on a griddle with seed oils in it. I had zero effect. And I've actually, I saw them use the seed oils to season the griddle, which is a big flat piece of cast iron. And they were cooking steaks. And I thought, you know what? Let me see. And I ate the steak. I had no problem. And I've done that several times at that get-together. Never had an issue. However, poultry or fish or anything like that cooked with seed oils has a tremendously bad effect on me. And it's really a shame because not that long ago, somebody actually made air-fried chicken. Air-fried. Okay, not cooked in seed oils, but what I found out later, they used seed oils on the chicken. And it had a terrible effect on me. I had the most violent diarrhea. I was at the get-together, and at the get-together I had to use a bathroom, which is totally unusual for me. And I got in there, and I had to go really urgently. And I thought I was okay. And then about an hour later, it hit again. And that's when the violent diarrhea hit. Next thing you know, I'm emptying out the contents of my stomach out the other end. So it all depends. But then again, as long as I can avoid the seed oils, I seem to be fine. And you know, the longer I go without them, actually the less sensitive I get, because I've had a touch of them now and then. It doesn't really bother me. But there's a certain threshold, and once it passes that, I am done. And Thomas said that it sounded good, and he seems to be number one in the ranking this morning. And Ellen is here. Good morning, Rick, Charger Mopar, and all my amazing chat friends. Good morning, and I'm glad that I've seen you more lately, even on Mitch's channel. So I'm glad that you come here. You're one of our regulars, and we have a good morning there. And I've noticed 1940 to 1950 people like my mom and other else has a lot of children's. People around these times can't even get pregnant. Something is cooking in our time. It started 1980s. Yes, you are very correct. And I think a lot of it is the whole low-fat craze. Remember those stupid commercials with Snackwell's cookies? Oh, what a delicious way to cut the fat. Why? And when you think about it, what are hormones made out of? Like testosterone and estrogen. They're made from things like, I don't know, cholesterol. So if you're trying to get rid of natural cholesterol that we've always eaten, it's just not a good thing. Now you think about third world countries where they eat basically duck food and they reproduce like rabbits. How is that possible? Well, in the past, I think a lot of it, they didn't use any industrial seed oils, and most of the stuff that they ate was locally grown. Plus their stress level, well, their stress was more short term because when you're poor, a lot of times you have to fight to eat. But then when you do eat, you don't have to worry about your business or your competition or anything like that. I think it's a combination of things. The strange thing is that people in the 1950s had a lot of bad habits. They used to drink more alcohol than they do now. And they used to smoke cigarettes like it was going out of style. If you think about it, even the doctors smoked cigarettes. I remember when my mom was in the hospital for cancer in the late 70s, there were people still smoking in the hospital because I remember her complaining about it. So, but still, yeah. And the other thing too is that people today are stressed with financial stress. They don't want to have children and they really can't. So I think it all comes together, but it's something we can look into. Very, very interesting. And we have a hello to Ellen. And we have, let's see, 10, 12 hours not eating. Does anyone taste sweet taste in their mouth and a half-hour taste disappears? That's a good question. So for me, I guess technically I do a daily 12-hour fast because I generally eat dinner before 8 p.m. And I have breakfast depending on when it is, usually around 8. Now, on Sunday, I have it at 7:30. So I'm about 10 to 12 hours, I don't eat anything. But when I wake up in the morning, I don't have a sweet taste. I don't really have any taste. In fact, some people I know when they wake up, they get a bad taste in their mouth. I don't get that. But I do brush my teeth before bed, and I do sip water occasionally. I get up once at night, usually, to take a leak. It's probably, the usual amount. Now, I've actually measured how much I can produce, which is too much information for most people. But a friend of mine has all these like pasta sauce jars, and I use them for, in this case, I'm cleaning nails. I got a bunch of rusty nails that I had in a clean out. And if you look, you can see the nails are inside of a container. They were rusty. Now they've turned black because I've used phosphoric acid to get rid of the rust. There's the nails. Well, this jar, a normal urination event is half of the jar. But I've had times where I could fill the jar. So if I'm inactive for a long time, I can produce a lot of it, and I can actually fill this jar. But for normal working, it's about halfway. Now, people used to tell me that if you have to go to the bathroom at night, you have prostate issues, but that's not true. Generally, it depends on the temperature. When the weather's really, really hot, you sweat a lot, I don't produce much at night. But in the wintertime, when we get our 2 weeks of good weather, if I drink a lot of water, I will have to get up at night to go. But again, I never noticed any unusual taste in my mouth, no matter what. The only time I get an unusual taste in my mouth is when I got the flu. And then usually it's sort of a just bad taste. But I've never had a sweet taste. So, okay. Wojtusz. So I guess when Mitch says your name, that is correct. Wojtusz. All right. Good. Makes sense. Okay. Hello, Ellen. And I'm still at my sister's house. Just had some hard-boiled small spotted eggs. Not sure what they are, with 4 scrambled eggs, from her chickens. Okay. Well, a lot of the more wild animals do tend to have sort of different egg patterns. There may be slightly different colors. I've seen greenish eggs, bluish eggs, brown eggs, of course. A lot of it depends on the conditions they live in. But that's good. I'm glad that you're getting some fresh chicken eggs, and you got some ham. Excellent. And Mark Harmon is here. Glad to see you again. Hello. Again, I wish you made more content. Great carnivore, and glad that you take the time to watch my video. How are things in the Netherlands? Okay, so we have, let me go through here, the hellos to each other, which is really good. And let's see. Happy Saturday. All right. Yes. Yes, he is. All right. That's right. As long as there's meat, there's hope. That's very true. All right. Let's see here. Getting back. They eat a lot of crabs, fish, shellfish, veg fruits were originalized by Western culture. Okay. I live in Philippines. You lived in the Philippines. Okay, good. We do get people here from the Philippines, which is really good. We have some Filipinos here in Miami because the climate is very similar, but I thought it was always interesting, the culture, and just, to me, it's kind of fascinating. I thought I was the only one tracking their urine production. I noticed fatty meat dinner, I don't produce urine as much as lean meats. Yes, and that is, from my understanding, because when you eat the fatty meats, you're not going to have as much of an insulin spike, and therefore you don't have as much activity. But that's a good observation. I do like to observe these things because since I don't go to the doctor, I try to look for signs that I'm not feeling well. And like now, if I'm catching a flu or cold or something like that, generally before I get sick, there's always a change in the urine production, or sometimes I actually get sort of a lack of energy and even a lack of thinking ability. There are times when I'm trying to figure something out and I can't figure it out. That's usually an early sign. And these signs can come 3 days before I get sick. So a lot of it is going to depend on just knowing yourself, knowing what's normal. But a lot of people are so busy running around trying to survive that they just don't know what they really are dealing with. And we have a thumbs up from Jerry. Excellent. Also, coconuts. Well, like in South Florida, coconuts are common and people do use them a lot. The coconut is the only seed that I can eat without getting sick because every other seed makes me sick. I don't care if it's wheat, corn, nuts, whatever. Seeds make me sick. All raw seeds make me violently ill. Now, cooked seeds, I could eat some walnuts. My dad was allergic to walnuts. I can eat a few, but then I'd get diarrhea. Peanuts, which are not nuts, they're legumes. Those are seeds. All beans are toxic to me. I get violent diarrhea and even vomiting. Black beans will cause me to vomit every time. And red beans, that is probably the worst because if I eat those, and I used to when I was a kid, I would get migraine headaches, dizzy, and sometimes almost fall over. So beans are a no-no for me, and I hate the taste of them. They are disgusting. However, coconuts, no problem. I've even used coconut oil to make mayonnaise for my mom, and I've eaten that, and I had no problems. I have a list of different plant foods that I can and cannot eat. And some of the most popular foods, all the commodity crops like corn, wheat, and soybeans are toxic to me. So I can't eat anything that is made from them or eat them whole. Very, very bad. But on the other hand, tropical fruits, I mean, we know that mangoes are high in sugar. I can eat a mango, it doesn't bother me. But on the other hand, if I was to eat something like guava, I get violently ill. I'll throw up. It's really weird how that works. But I've always been against healthy fruits and vegetables when I was younger. And as I've gotten older, and I've been on the carnivore diet for as long as I have, I think my system has adapted, and it rebels very quickly when I don't give it what it really wants. All right, let's see. They want us to feel discouraged and hopeless, so I refuse to give them that. Yes, we think alike. Yes. Sometimes if I have fruit juice in my saliva, I don't know anybody else that's mentioned that. So, but that's good to know. I'll take a mental note of that. If anyone else has had that experience, I'm curious because that is interesting. Oh, yes, a good way to know what's going on with your body. Yes. People were using urine and excrement to figure out their state of health. With skin color, yeah, exactly. Now, someone would look at my fingernail and go, wow, look at how bad that is. That's because I got stuck with a very large splinter that went deep in my finger, and it broke into where the fingernail grows. I've had this happen before with toenails, but they eventually grow back normal. But I know for a lot of people, they get the white spots. I don't get that. Mine always seem to be healthy. My dad used to have almost no fingernails because he would chew them off, and the fingernails, the front of the finger would stick up. The fingernails were like growing into it. I've never seen anybody like that before, but that was my dad. He was definitely had some kind of issue, and I think a lot of it might have been because his diet was largely plant-based. Although he did eat some meat, he avoided red meat. He would eat lean chicken and fish. Occasionally, he might have a little pork. He didn't eat that many eggs. The older he got, the less meat that he ate. And I think that's one of the reasons why my dad had unnecessary health issues, because he went through his life without any major health issues. But once he got into his 60s, he started having trouble with his eyes. And then he had chronic issues like foot fungus. And, it just, eventually he had heart disease. And that's what took him out, anemia and heart disease. And that could have been helped tremendously by eating a higher protein diet. Now, even back then, I would look at old people and I'd see how they sort of shrivel up. And I'd say, well, they're losing body fat, which most people would say is good, but they're also losing muscle. So old people, you always see, they look like a raisin that shrunk up. And then on top of that, the hair on their body falls out because they don't have enough nutrition to keep it going, and they tend to get really somewhat pale, but a lot of spots. And you just look at old people and you see what happens to them. And you go, well, I think to myself, what would happen if the old people ate Rick's heart attack diet instead? Well, number one option is they die too young and they never get old. So you'll die in your 40s, 50s, 60s, whatever, and you'll never get old. The other option is that their body will kind of work against the natural aging process, and you might be in your 70s and still pretty healthy and strong. And you see occasionally people like that, but it is rare. And I would think about that as time went on. I thought, you know what? I'm just not going to let myself get old. When I start to slow down, I'm going to push myself, and hopefully I'll get a heart attack and get it over with. Because the last thing that I wanted to do is be like the old person who was walking hunched over, shuffling along, and I was the 18, 20-something kid trying to walk in a crowd, and there's some old fogey just slowing everybody down. And my mom used to get mad at me. Well, you shouldn't talk like that about people. That's, So, well, I don't want to be one of those people. I'd rather be dead. It'd be a lot better. Who wants to be sort of struggling along and depending on other people to keep you alive when you could just drop dead? Sooner or later, it doesn't matter. Whether you live 60, 70, 80, 100 years, in the scheme of things, how old the earth is, how old society is, what difference does it actually make? The world was going before you were born, and the world was going, it will continue after you are gone. So for those few decades in history, a little tiny bit, the only thing you're going to worry about is what you saw in that period of time. Once you kick the bucket, you leave the physical world and you're not coming back. So then it comes down to a matter of faith. Do you believe there's a God? Do you believe that there's a future? And again, none of that can be proven right or wrong. It's a faith-based issue. So if you are worried about extending your life for a few days, my dad used to get a magazine. He belonged to a group called Life Extension Foundation, and I'll never forget that. And I remember it because when my dad dropped dead, well, he didn't drop dead. He slowly deteriorated. That was one of the things that my mom and I had to do. We had to cancel that subscription because it's like, well, and they were nice enough to refund the rest of the money. So I don't know if they still exist, but there was something called Life Extension Foundation. I have a collection of health books that my dad had and all the concoctions that he used to blend up in the blender and the superfoods and all that. And I have to admit, this is probably the reason why I've stuck to the heart attack diet so long, because with all the supplements and all the efforts that my dad took, he only lived to 82, which I guess, 70 or 80 years, that's been the human lifespan for centuries. Even in the Bible, it says man lives 70 to 80 years. That's pretty much what we live. And if you look at the way that people age, although in the modern world, people do tend to age prematurely, but traditionally, you would retire at 65. A 65-year-old was still strong and healthy. It was somewhere in your 70s, in that 70 to 80 range, your body would start to rapidly fall apart. And usually you'd be dead by 80, but if you were at one of the special ones, you might live into your 90s. You might live over 100. But there's never been anybody over 100 that's in really good shape, that's great physique and strong and healthy and energetic. There seems to be a natural limit, whereas your cells can only divide so many times, they begin to decline, and you can see the decline start for some people in their 30s. It's just the way it is. There's no way around that. So the idea was not to live a long time, but to live the highest quality life you can, try to do as many things as you want to do, and try to get to know other people and try to bring everybody up, because sooner or later, you're all going to drop down. And once you kick the bucket, it's out of your hands. It's in the hands of whatever divine entity that you believe in, or whichever one is truly there. And again, science cannot prove or disprove the existence of an intelligent creator and designer. So I tend not to talk about it in my live streams, because this is the world for reality. And for some people, faith and reality are two different things. So that's the point that I want to make. And I think it's disrespectful when you are dealing with people that don't want to talk about something to keep pushing it. because all you're doing is destroying your credibility. On the other hand, if you drop hints now and then and you believe a certain thing and you live by that, you set the example, and you hope that other people will learn from your example and make the choice that is best for them. And that's all we can do. All right, so let's get back to the comments. And there's a pretty good amount. We've been using coconuts in Philippines like probably 1700s. Yes. And coconut plants are very useful. They can be used as food, they can be used as fuel, and they can be used to build shelter. And I have coconut trees in my own yard. So even though I don't live in the Philippines, my yard does seem like a little jungle. And everybody says that. It's like, okay. Or maybe older days. Yep. Have you been outside U.S.? No, I have not. As a poor person, I never left the United States. We have somebody, let's see, Omega over question mark. Okay. And I'm not sure what Ellen, I guess you're trying to express some type of formula. Well, that's good. And speaking of regulars, we have Peter, Papa Carnivore. He has popped in. I don't know if you're going to work today or if you're going for a walk or whatever it is, but I'm glad to have you here. Hopefully you can catch me later with our friend Thomas. But, you know, it's great that you're here, and you're one of the very few people that mentions me on a regular basis. I know that once people become big time on YouTube, they tend to forget about me, but, you know, it's good that there's still some of us that come here. They talk about Rick. Well, Rick's been trying to get a heart attack for decades, and he hasn't had one yet. Rick's been on this crazy carnivore diet. Rick eats as much as he wants, but he doesn't gain weight. Yeah, and it's all true. But again, the big time channels, the ones that have the groups and all that, in general, they don't want to talk about me because I'm like the opposite, I think, of all of them. They're out there trying to promote the lifestyle as something revolutionary. Then you have people like me that they just do it because it was easy and it was convenient and it seemed to work. And I'm glad that I'm one of the very few 57-year-olds I know that are on no medications and somehow still able to work pretty hard despite having a heart attack every single day. Okay, let's see. Have you tried rice before? Yes, I've tried rice before, and it's basically tasteless, and there's really nothing to it. It's just pure carbohydrates. What does rice give you? Nothing. But again, rice, now my parents used to give me brown rice, which always had a bad effect on me. I would get diarrhea, gas, and discomfort. And when you go to the bathroom, when you eat brown rice, you got all those little like rice particles that come out. It's not a pleasant experience. The white rice actually has less of a bad effect on me than the brown rice. But still, rice does not agree with my system. It's not something that... Oh, okay. I was cleaning my keyboard. I thought maybe it was some type of secret formula. Okay. What are you texting? There you go. You have healthy nose. Yes, I do. Despite the fact I have chronic sinus issues, I'm healthy otherwise. And I've never been seriously injured except when I've been hit a car accident. I do have a hernia from a car accident, which I've never gotten fixed. But I've never had any back issues. I've never had any joint pain. My knees are fine, despite all the mishaps I had as a kid. So I think I've done pretty well. And I am a tall person. I'm 6'6". So you would think that I'd be the first one to get back trouble, but I don't. Okay. Yeah. All right. And the Mannix Gaming definitely is participating today. People cook in seed oil with chicken, then blame the chicken fat. That's correct. Chicken doesn't bother me at all unless it's cooked in seed oils. And in some cases, I can eat seed oil cooked chicken, and believe it or not, and this is the funny thing, if the chicken is air fried with seed oils, it affects me a lot more than it does if it's deep fried. And I've done seed oil experiments because my mom, she didn't like me to cook in lard. So I would cook with seed oils for my mom. When you first use the seed oils and you cook the chicken, if you get the seed oils hot enough, you cook the chicken, and then you remove the skin, I have no bad effect whatsoever. So the trick is, if I go to a buffet or something and they have chicken cooked in seed oils, you have to remove the skin, breading or whatever, take it off, and then it's okay. But what's the point when I can eat heart attack chicken, deep fried in pure lard or tallow, and I can eat the chicken skin, which is the best part. It is the most flavorful. It's crunchy. It's absolutely delicious. I know people like potato chips, but chicken skin is so much better than potato chips. Potato chips are disgusting. You can eat maybe 2 or 3 potato chips, and they taste okay. But once you start chewing them up, they get a nasty taste, sort of like paint. Your nose smells like paint. It's just unpleasant. So that's really something that I don't know. I guess people get used to it. But anyway, yeah, good on you and getting out there in the dating world. I think Peter mentioned that he was going on a so-called coffee date today. Now, you know what my view is on dating. I think that dating is a waste of time. But then again, I consider myself way too old to worry about something like dating. But I do know a lot of older people like dating. Truck over there? Oh, somebody's lawn service. They have all these lawn services over there. Now, as Mitch would say, drink it if you got it. Not coffee, though. You notice that whenever I drink something, it's in a clear glass. I don't like the little things with the handle on it. I find that a little... Well, I do have one that has a handle on it, but it's not necessary when you drink cold water. And by the way, for those of you that have a coffee, enjoy your coffee, because I know for a lot of people, especially if you live in a cold climate, I know people, they just love their coffee because it's warm and it has that caffeine. And it's sort of a ritual. The smell of the coffee, the taste of coffee. It's like my mom. She would never want to start her day without her coffee. And I learned how to make the best coffee for my mom, even though the one time that I tried to drink it, I spit it out because it's really disgusting to me. But still, some people love their coffee. My mom also liked the hot chocolate, which is similar, which I also hate. Believe me, if you've had to take as much Ovaltine as I did growing up, anything with a chocolate flavor is disgusting. Can't stand it. It's like I tell everybody, I'd rather drink mango juice than Ovaltine. That Ovaltine was sickening. All right, let's see. I heard a sweet breath could be diabetes. I don't know personally. That might be something to look forward to. And another one of our regular and celebrity carnivores, Frugal Prepper's Garage and Garden, Tom. Tom not only helped me fix my phone system, but he also got me new tires for my bike. Now, another friend of mine got me new brake levers and shifters for my bike, so my last bike ride was a true pleasure. I was able to actually select different gears. Awesome. So again, thank you for being here. And again, if you have not watched Frugal Prepper's Garage and Garden, he is a carnivore, but he also works on cars, knows about technology, and, believe it or not, he likes fermented foods. And as you know, although I am a carnivore, you'll always find fermented foods in my kitchen. I have sauerkraut fermenting right now. When we have get-togethers, we should have one tomorrow, my friend's place, and I make hamburgers. I don't put lettuce on the burger. I put sauerkraut on the burgers. And everybody I know, I also have some tomato sauce that's fermenting in my kitchen from my little outdoor tomatoes. So it's been fermenting for, I think, 3 weeks now. And what you end up with is something similar to ketchup, except there's no sugar, there's no vinegar. It's just lacto-fermented tomatoes. And everybody loves it. Mustard, you can buy that in the store. Mustard is one of the few condiments that you'll find always in my refrigerator. So whenever we have heart attack burgers, for me, I don't use it. But when I bring friends over or we go to their place, I include that and I eat it as well. So you might see me eating a 4-patty heart attack burger with fermented onions, fermented cabbage, which is sauerkraut, and fermented ketchup along with mustard so that I can look like everybody else, but it still has buns made from eggs, pork rinds, and cheese. Oh, plenty of cheese and bacon. The over 10,000 calorie heart attack burger, invented by Rick and let's say, reintroduced by the Heart Attack Grill in 2005. Although theirs is not as good, because unlike the original Heart Attack burger, they use actual bread, which is not Heart Attack certified. To be a true Heart Attack burger, you have to use pork rinds, eggs, and cheese for the buns. I call them buns, but they are not bread. They're still buns. I mean, think about it. They even call people's rear end buns. So the technique of saying bun doesn't necessarily mean bread, at least in my opinion. And Peter's going to dip his toe in the water, make sure that there are no piranhas or alligators in that water when you go on the date. So, and he says, maybe I'm a sucker for punishment. Or maybe you just don't like being alone and you find female companionship to be good. Now, in my case, I prefer to be alone. I sleep alone. Well, lately I haven't been because I've had somebody else that's been sleeping with me. And you probably know who that is. It is a black furry monster that has been getting into the bed and has not bothered me at all. In fact, little Milton has slept next to me, didn't make a sound. Now, because of the fact that I don't move around at night and I don't snore, Milton sleeps completely through the night. When I wake up between 6 and 7, as soon as I wake up, I hear, brr, 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 and then he'll stand up and stretch and rub against me and then want to go eat. So, little Milton is really something, and I have to admit, he has become an excellent little pet. Remember when I started live at 8, he was the menace that would attack everything, and now, during my live, he goes and sleeps on the bed. He's becoming more and more like a normal cat. Now, there are times when he runs around like a maniac, likes to bite at my arm to get my attention, although he doesn't bite hard. And a lot of times he'll reach me with his paws. He's good about keeping the claws inside when he plays with me in the morning. So Milton has been well trained, and like every cat I've ever had, has become a personal friend. Now, when I go away in a few weeks to the Hack Your Health convention, I have to figure out how to keep him here safe. So if anybody knows of any good automatic feeder system to feed your cat, I would like to get that in the next few weeks so I can train him. And when I leave here, I'll leave him in the house. I'm not going to take him with me. I do not want to risk losing my new little friend. I would be very upset. And it's almost a year since I first got him. He's got to be over a year old now. And I'm sure he'll pop in eventually. If he doesn't pop in for this live stream, he may pop in for Thomas's live stream. Because I only fed him a little bit. I wanted to keep him hungry to see if he'd come here and say hello to everybody. Dose of poison for seed oils, not much will be absorbed from guts. If you eat every meal, amount of seed oil absorbed by body increases as body incorporates seed oil to cells. That is true. We start to feel negative effects. Right. I've said it before. Health span over lifespan. And again, if you look at him, you look at Mark Harmon. I mean, he hasn't put any videos lately, but if you've seen him in interviews and you see what his age is, and you see what he looks like, he's a good example of health span over lifespan. And again, I'm glad that you're here watching my live stream. Okay, I'm excited to hear about your coffee date. Wishing you the best. Yes, that is true. Okay. All right. Do you use black pepper? No, I do not use any spices at all. In fact, the only thing I use occasionally is salt. You can see my salt shaker is almost the same level it was the last time I showed it because I don't use much of it. I'm not a big fan for spicing or anything. I'll let you know on Monday a.m. Date is 9 a.m. tomorrow for coffee breakfast. Okay. I hope it wasn't internet dating because, those are always a disappointment. They'll send you a picture from 40 years ago, and then when you go there, it's like Mitch was saying, "Hi, Granny." Oh, wait a minute. That's you. Of course, you're old as well, so I guess it kind of works out. I think most people, they would like to be with someone that's younger. It just seems to be human nature. We'll see what happens. I use white pepper sometimes. All right. Nothing wrong with that. And I use coconut oil for oil pulling teeth. Well, what I use for my teeth is lard and baking soda. Yes, I was wiping on my keyboard. I've had Milton do that. And another hardcore carnivore, Polish Mike, good morning. And I never see you on any of the other live streams, so I guess you take your time to come to my live stream, and I'm very happy about that. I wish you would make more videos, but I'm sure that you're doing well. And as always, good morning and glad to see you here. And Ellen's wondering how you're doing. Yeah, exactly. Funny and delightful. We all love you so. And that's why, one of the reasons why you're here. Ellen is talking to Martians. Okay. Oh, you mean Martians? Martians, like Marvin the Martian? You 235 space modulator. That rabbit has taken my space modulator. I'm heading out to walk a dog. I'll be listening off and on. Hopefully back later to chat. Well, hopefully you will. And again, if you don't come back for this one, come back at 4 for our friend Thomas's live stream. Enjoy your walk. Finished my walk in the dark. Now getting into my weekend chores. Excellent. Excellent. Secret code. Okay. And Jiffy is here. Good morning. Good morning. I'd rather build a concubine than date. Well, hey, that's what they used to have back then. Concubine, I mean, if you had money, you could have your own harem. That's it. Just don't try to get the eunuchs to defend the harem. You're probably better off with one of them steroid pumped gay guys, because the eunuchs, they had too many health issues, but gay guys, they won't bother your gals, and they'll be intimidating. I look forward to visiting Rick and having you make me a cup of your coffee. Yes, the problem is my coffee bush has died out. I'm going to have to go around and see if I can get some more Arabica bushes, because I had a whole hedge of coffee. And coffee grows really well in shade. If you put it in full sun, it stunts it, and it doesn't even produce any cherries. But when you have a yard like mine that has shade and sun, coffee does really well. And the best part about the coffee I made for my mom always wanted to put sugar in the coffee, and she used that she used non-dairy creamer, and she used, what the hell was that stuff? Stevia. So what I did, well, this is interesting. Hello. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm. Uh-huh. Okay. Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. I mean, if you don't have proof, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Yeah, sure. I can help you with that. Right. Right. Yeah. No. No. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. 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 Okay. Well, I mean, mm-hmm. 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 Right. Most of the ones I know have retired by now. That's the problem. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm. Right. No. No. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, anyway, look, I will get to it right now. I'm online. I have my live stream going, and I will take care of it. But just think about what I'm sending you, and then we'll make a plan from there. But remember, when you do things in a hurry, you're always going to have problems. And I'm sick and tired of hearing about this positive and negative thinking. You have to be realistic. If you don't think about what can go wrong, you will fail. No, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that you can speak good things into existence. That's BS. That's that crap that they tell you about in these stupid, self help, whatever. Don't listen to that garbage because that crap is going to keep you in a cycle of disaster. So you need to wake up and you need to do things the right way. And take my advice, okay? Yes, exactly. Think about it. Every time that I've given you a warning, I've been right. I've been right every single time. I'm not smarter than you. No. The difference is I think logically. If you start thinking more logically, you're going to succeed. You'll see. Just take my advice, okay? Yes? All right. Exactly. Look, there's nothing to worry about. Don't let those attorneys try to scare you. If they had what they say they have, they would already take it from you. Think. Right. Well, that's why you call me, isn't it? And if you want to calm down, why don't you check out my YouTube channel? Excuse me. I know you don't watch it, but we're talking about different things. Okay. Well, I'm going to be busy today. Call me tomorrow, or I'll see you to get together. All right. Bye. I am sorry about that. You know, I deal with people on a regular basis, and a lot of people, they have problems. Always have problems. The thing is, for most people, they just want somebody to talk to. They'll call up their friend. And I warn people. It's funny you mentioned about relationships and stuff like that. There are several of my friends that have ruined their life with these relationships. And they make decisions. They make business decisions. They make decisions on who they're going to date, who they're going to marry. They don't think logically. They think emotionally. And every single time they do that, they fail. They listen to these self-help idiots that tell you to think positive and that you can speak things into existence and all this nonsense. And then when their world falls apart, who do they call? They call Rick. They call Rick the dose of reality. Ask for advice. What do I need to do? Like, you know what? First thing you need to do is stop thinking about only so-called positive things. And if you know chemistry and you know things like I do, if you look at a car battery, which side of the battery always corrodes the most? It's the positive side, because the positive side is a side that lacks electrons. That's where oxidation occurs. The negative side, which people say, oh, negative is bad. The negative side doesn't rust because it has an excess of electrons. And that's it. Now, I'm sorry that I did take that break, but otherwise, this person will be knocking on my door having a disaster moment. And I don't want that to happen. So I just wanted to get it out of the way. Well, anyway, let me get back to this. On my live stream, reality is king. Fantasy is crap. And I say that many times. And I get so angry when I see these people out there promoting themselves, talking about all the great things that they're going to do, and how their advice and their secret formula can help you to improve your life. It's just BS. It's total crap. Every one of these people that follow this always fail. I know several people that have fallen for these scammers with their stupid get-rich-quick scheme and their nonsense. And it makes me mad. And I'm seeing that in the carnivore community to some extent. And it makes me mad. And it gets me in trouble. But, hey, let's get back to reality. What do I need to start fermenting? You need like bacterias. Bacteria is everywhere. Everywhere you look in the world, there's bacteria. There's bacteria in your skin. There's bacteria in your body. There's bacteria on everything. All you have to do is modify the environment. It's like if you have a yard that's overgrown, you mow it with a lawnmower, eventually only the plants that grow along this way will survive. If you salt the water that the vegetables are in, that will encourage the lactofermenting bacteria, and that will discourage most of the pathogenic bacteria. So that's really good. Yes, that's right. Tallow, egg yolks, and pork rind crumbs too for bread. That's pretty much what I do. Most men are afraid to stand alone. Most women definitely are, even more so. That's a good point. I've noticed that. I've had German fermented red cabbage with my pork roast and a side of cold butter chunks for dinner last night. And see, this is something I've mentioned as well. If you're going to eat the highest quality grass-fed beef and other ruminant animals, you can get by on just that. But if you're going to be eating pork or chicken, especially from the store, some people benefit from fermented vegetables. And that's because a lot of the feed that the animals get is not that good. So I think, and this is my suggestion. Now remember, if you eat 70% or more meat, you're still carnivore. That 30% could be anything else. And of course, people will include eggs in the meat category, and I'll agree with them. That 30% could be dairy, fermented dairy. Fermented dairy is very important. I eat that regularly. And also the fermented vegetables, if you can tolerate them, they may be good as well. So, very good, Peter. Booby Goats, hello, everyone. Hello, Aaron. I'm glad that you are here. And I think you also do a live on Saturday, but we'll see because I know Thomas has his. And let's see. Miss Fish Garlic Breath. Okay. There you go. That's one way to keep the unwanted attention away. And John Beatty Art is here. Good morning, all. Well, good morning. I'm glad you're here. Imagine McDonald's start using lard tallow for cooking. Well, they used to. If McDonald's would go back to golden arches and the tallow and lard for cooking, maybe they would even start a heart attack burger of their own. I might actually think of eating that crap. But corporate McDonald's, I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. The only time I would go to a McDonald's to eat, if I was going to the one over here by the canal and catch a couple of iguanas or chickens from the parking lot. My favorite Looney Tune was Cool Cat, and I don't remember that one. I do remember, I thought, maybe it was an older one of the black and white ones or something, but I don't remember that one. John GM, good morning, yes. Okay, here we go. Okay, we have a lot of comments. Marvin is the foil for Duck Dodgers of the 24th and a half century. That's right. I watch too many cartoons. And Amy is here. Good morning, everyone. And Amy is another one of our great supporters on the channel. She sent me an excellent gift card so I can go to Sam's Club and get some more meat. And again, I don't have it in front of me, but I just wanted to thank you for being one of the elite of the elite that has helped me out. And when I buy some delicious meats, I will definitely enjoy it. So again, thank you so much. Would love for Mitch to have Papa Carnivore on Monday and talk about the date. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. Although I don't know if his date would want to see that, but who knows? Good morning, Aaron. And we have more good mornings. Yeah, look at that. Who would want those weirdos around, huh? Yeah, exactly. Not me. Not me. You're much braver than I am, unless you know her from somewhere. Reveal more of the map, Rick. Rick answers the phone. Speak. Rick is, yeah, that's exactly right. Listening to a problem and diagnosing. All right. Let's see. Hi, Movie Goats. Amy. If you don't have proof. Duck Flotilla again. Agent Bogey calling in. And Linda Flanagan. Hello, Rick and everyone. Hello. I roll. Yep. We're working on that proof there, boss. Darkwing Duck. Morning, guys. Who's on the phone? Friend of mine. Friend of mine with lots of problems. Okay. Customer. Well, not really customer. It's a friend. Target is a bit screwier than expected. Could use a few more punchy cables on the camera rig as well. Okay. Okay. It's Mitch. No, it wasn't Mitch. Mitch never calls me. And anyway, I think my call-in line is broken. Something went wrong with the ATA box. So I need to check that out. Help from Old School Detective. I'm trying to do a show here, Buster. I can fix it. Okay, yes. Uh-oh. Now I'll get to it. Someone's got something on Wonderful, and we're talking about the phone call. Yeah, enough of this hocus pocus. Duck power over here. We're not in trouble. They are. I agree 100%. With that thinking, we can just manifest wonderful things by willing it. Tell that to the guy sitting having a picnic on the railroad track when the train is coming. Had to jump in to say that. A dose of reality is what these people need. I'd say at least 90% of the problems that people have are self-induced. And a lot of it comes from positive thinking. Positive thinking, in my opinion, is positively stupid because you're just being unrealistic. The hurricane's coming and you're going to go, oh, God's going to protect me. I don't have to worry. Next thing you know, the tree falls on your house, the whole thing blows away, and you're thrown somewhere in a field somewhere. It's like, well, at least I'm still alive. Yeah, but if you would have prepared for it, you probably wouldn't have even had a scratch. Oh, God protected me. I'm still alive. Yeah, my arm's broken. I'm all cut up. My house is in ruins, but God protected me. No, it doesn't work that way. I don't know her. I'll briefly mention how the date went on the chat on Monday a.m. Okay. I don't like negativity, but being realistic about things is the best way. There is no such thing as negativity, in my opinion. There are people who do self-sabotage, but that's not negativity. That's just stupidity. People that do things, they go deep in debt, they make bad decisions. Somebody sends them a text message that they're going to arrest them, and they send them $10,000. That's just stupidity. All right, this, yes. I made a comment about one of our other channels. So if anyone saw that, that was when my keyboard was broken. Now, I fixed my keyboard. And what it was is where the cable goes into the keyboard, they get bent and the wires break internally. And then when you're typing, some of the keys don't work. Well, I rebuilt the keyboard, and then sadly, it was still missing letters. But then I realized I did something wrong. The other keyboard that was broken was plugged into the USB port as well. And something was stuck on this keyboard, so the letters, I think it was B, N, and M were not working. And I spent almost half an hour trying to fix this thing, but there was nothing wrong with it. It was just I had the other one plugged in, which I eventually fixed. I like these old keyboards because they have these little macro keys. Some of them are programmable. This one actually is, and I had this rigged at one time to work with Zoom, so I could switch scenes and mute and all that. And I fixed it again. I need to set up a macro pad for this stream. Okay. So anyway, yes, we want electrons, and if you want electrons, you got to be negative. That's how you get electrons. We're trying to run a space station here, Vogie. Whatever it is, handle it. This is why grounding is good. Yeah, exactly. Positive mindset does not mean we are willing things to happen. Well, that's one way of putting it. But some people, they get messed up. Ah, another one of our regulars and future celebrity. We have Juliet, or as she likes to call it, Coach Juliet Edens. And again, we're glad that you're here. Another one that's interviewed me and is entertaining. So, and I like all the new people that come in, especially now we have more female carnivores that are making channels. We need to balance out because carnivore has basically been a male-dominated set of YouTubers. So we have Aaron, we have Juliet, and who else do we have? We have Amy. And these are relatively new. I mean, Aaron's been around for a while, but we have several. And again, now we have others that come here regularly, and we can see like Ellen is here regularly and has been on Mitch's channel. So I try to encourage more women, please examine the carnivore lifestyle and try it out, because I think some of the most interesting people are carnivores. The vegan women, not so much. And the sad thing about the vegan women, they may be pretty when they're younger, but once they hit their 40s or 50s, it's like rapid decline. So if you want to do the vegan thing, do it when you're younger. Don't do it when you're older. And it's a proven fact that the older you get, the harder it is to absorb protein. Why would you limit yourself by eating a bunch of compost? Or mulch, as I call it. And Linda says, today is my birthday. Well, if you like birthdays, I hope it's a good one for you. If you're like me, you just see a birthday as another day closer to the heart attack. So I don't really worry about it. But you know, if that's something you like, that's great. And Sandy says, happy birthday. Let's see what else we have here. You can cry if you want to then. All right. The steak and shake tallow fries are actually pretty good. I don't like potatoes, but then again, I'll take your word for it. And if I wanted something fried, I would go out in the yard, grab some plantains, and I made a video where I gave my friends some plantains. I also fed some to the ducks, which they love it. They love plantains. But I can eat a few of those. They don't have any negative effect on me whatsoever. I've tried to see what the toxic dose of plantains is. I've eaten 2 whole fried plantains, and I had no bad effects, except when I had to go to the bathroom, I had to go a lot more than I usually do. So it doesn't, it's kind of interesting, because you would think plantains are full of sugar. They would all break down. There'd be nothing left, but I didn't weigh how much I ended up going, but it was probably 3 times what I normally do. So I think a lot of that plantain is just filler, and it went right through. But it had no bad effect. Now, potatoes, on the other hand, they have a really bad effect on me, especially French fries. Every time that I've eaten French fries, I've really gotten sick. And usually you get that nausea feeling. If you're not in a good day, you'll throw it up. I've had that happen. But on the other hand, and the worst seems to be the little curly fries that they have. I don't know if it's Wendy's or I don't remember what place it is. I've eaten those before. Very, very bad. Get a very violent vomiting. So if you're one of those people that's bulimic or whatever, you want to purge, well, if you're like me, you just eat those curly fries and you'll be throwing up all over the place. The other fries, they tend to go through the system. I'll get some digestive pains, sometimes gas, and then comes the violent diarrhea. But if I eat plantain fries, nothing. I can be just fine, and the next day, generally within 24 hours of eating them, I will have a much larger than normal bowel movement. And that's just the way that it is. All right, so John Beatty Art says HBD, which I'm not sure. Linda Flanagan, what's the political news now? I try not to keep up with that. I tell people that politics is show business for ugly people, and I'm just not a big fan of it. But I'm sure if anybody has anything to say, they will say it. All right. Even Job, not positive, and question God. Okay. He was not positive. I became carnivore because, in my opinion, it was the most logical thing to help me lower my blood sugar and help heal. And, Thomas, it seems to have worked, hasn't it? How do we use the power of negative thinking? That's a very good question, and I can tell you that. Now, first of all, I do not believe in positive or negative thinking. I think that those are labels that are incorrect. There's no such thing as positive or negative thinking. What I like to think of is fantasy versus reality. Fantasy is the stuff that people tell themselves. For example, I'm going to win the lottery. That's fantasy. I'm going to find the woman of my dreams. That's also fantasy. Those things are not possible. They don't happen. What's the other one? I'm going to will myself into being rich. I'm going to take some online course and I'm going to become healthy and rich. This is all fantasy. Now, can fantasy come true? Occasionally, yes. But it never comes true exactly the way you want it. It's going to be some combination of truth. Now then, negative thinking, that would be like, I guess you're talking about the pessimist. But I say that the negative thinking is like the realist. What can happen? Well, I could get rich or I could be on the street. I could live my life in relative comfort or I could be wiped out by a hurricane. That's realism. So realism is like a balance. So power of negative thinking in that line would be like, well, what is the worst thing that could happen? All right. Let's say I need to go to the store. I want to buy some meat. What's the worst thing that could happen? I could get in my car. I could turn the key and the car could explode. There could be a short circuit in the fuel pump and the tank is almost empty and there's a big explosion. Or the car could catch fire and the door won't open because the door cable broke. Or I could get on my bicycle. I could be hit by lightning. I could have a meteorite fall on me. Those are all the bad things that can happen. But the realist would say, well, you know what? I drive this car every day. I haven't had this happen in 40-something years of driving. I've never seen anybody hit by lightning. I've never been hit by a meteorite or whatever. So that would be the opposite. And then, okay, the realist is like, all right, now I'm looking up at the sky. It's sunny. What are the chances of getting hit by lightning? Very, very small. It could happen. Not possible. But if I walk outside, there's a big dark cloud coming and you hear the rumbling. You see the flashes of light. You go, you know what? This may not be the best day to ride my bike to Winn-Dixie. I think I'll drive the van or I'll just wait. And that sort of negative thinking establishes what can go wrong. Then you have the positive thinking, what could go right under ideal conditions. And then the realist, he does this. Is he going to be more to all the good things that can happen? Or is he going to be more to all the bad things that can happen? And being realistic can save you from a lot of problems. You can avoid being ripped off. You can avoid being robbed. You could even avoid getting killed. Sitting on a railroad track, having a picnic with the train horn in the distance is a disaster waiting to happen. So it's like I tell my friends, you have this for a reason. You have a conscience. You have experience. This experience comes from years of living. If you keep making the same stupid mistake over and over again, some people might think that's insanity. I tend to agree with them. But anyway, that's what I would do. Older keyboards are also low EMF. And the thing is, these are all like 5 volts. They're wired. Everything I own is wired. Nothing is wireless. I've tried the wireless keyboards. Batteries go dead. And if you own a cat, they're going to go dead very quickly because the cat's going to sleep on the keyboard, and that's it. So, Job knew he was smart. God is smarter than him, and he submitted. Okay, you're talking about the scriptures. You're talking about Job. And if you read that story, you know that the devil was given the permission to ruin his life, but he couldn't kill him. So he threw everything he could at him. And Job didn't really know what was going on, so he was kind of in the dark. And he blamed it on God to some extent. Everybody was telling him to curse God and die, but then he didn't do that. And eventually he was rewarded. So he went through the test, passed the test, and got rewarded. It's an interesting way of putting it. And again, is that 100% real? Is it sort of a mix of stories? We don't know. Faith would say, yeah, it's real. But the principles that are in that scripture are very important because people have not changed that much in thousands of years. And the one thing that we do know for a fact, and this is something that cannot be disputed, the Bible is old. It's really old. Thousands of years old. It's not something they came up with yesterday. And we can look through history and we can see that. And there's a reason why it's popular. Because it's a basis of faith for a lot of people, and there's a lot of information in there. Even people that don't believe in God. I know a guy that was successful in business. He didn't believe in God. He says, there's a lot of good information in Proverbs. Yeah, I agree. You can read through that. You can see the dumb things that people did and the smart things that they did. Some things don't change. And Larry Ryan says, good morning, Rick. Happy Saturday. Good morning, Larry. I'm glad that you're here. Orbital Hub. Plantain colon cleanse. Yes, that is very true. Rick has been pretty friendly with that little duck family lately. I'm thinking someone may be eating duckling during the holidays. Well, it's possible, but I still haven't got my duck fattening area cleaned out. I think we're going to skip the duck for the holidays. I may actually have to get a duck from Aldi or something, which would be a downgrade, but duck is actually cheaper than beef right now. And every time I go to Aldi, I look at that duck, and that duck was like $16 or $17. I'm thinking, well, I don't want to pay money for a duck, but I might do it. I might do it. If I make a little extra money for work, I may grab that duck and I may cook it up. I don't know if I'll roast it. I haven't used my oven in years. I might roast it or I might heart attack it. Who knows? But that's good. I ate fried plantain like 6-7 yesterday, fried in lard. Huge mistake. I keep peeing day after. Well, that could be because it raised your blood sugar. And then when your blood sugar went back down, your body's trying to get rid of all that water. So, but 6-7 plantain, that's a lot of plantains. I ate 2 plantains and I thought that was a lot. 6 or 7, that's a lot of plantains. Happy birthday, Linda. Yes. I got a bad cold all week. I did loads of fasting this week. Really long time ago, I got a cold so badly. Finally feeling better. Well, I'm glad you got over it. There is a germ going around. I know some people basically, they've had that issue. How come lightning doesn't generally strike an automobile? Seems it prefers golfers or hunters with their club or gun. All right, this is a good point, but it's something that I've observed as well. Now, I have seen a car get hit by lightning on the 826. I was over there by Hialeah. I was driving, and a car in front of me got hit by lightning. And you could see it, and after that, the car went off the road. I don't know if it was on the news or not. It does happen. But really, a lot of it is just that the size of a car tends to be more wide than it is tall. And lightning always seems to hit things that are more tall than they are wide. It's sort of a relationship. Also, when you have an insulating device holding a conductor, for example, you have a house that has an ungrounded antenna, like a satellite dish or something, it seems like the charge builds up on that item. And technically, lightning actually goes from the ground to the cloud. So, and lightning is not just a one-time thing. When the ionization takes place, you can see it's bam, bam, bam. It's like multiple flashes. So what looks like one strike of lightning, if you have a time-lapse camera, is actually several. The theory that I've heard when I was in electrical engineering is that any item which is ungrounded can build up a different charge. Now, the ground itself has a neutral charge, whether it has more or less electrons, compared to everything else. Cars have tires with carbon in them. If you've ever looked, a tire is not a perfect insulator, especially in the rain. You can actually send current through tires if the voltage is high enough. Now, anyone that knows electrical engineering knows that we use alternating current instead of direct current. And the reason we do that is because the resistance of the wires decreases the higher that the voltage is. Lightning is an extremely high voltage. So when lightning hits a vehicle, the lightning is going to dissipate through the tires. Now, there is resistance. The lower the voltage, the greater the resistance. But when you have millions of volts, you have an instant transfer of electrons. It really doesn't matter that thing sits on tires. So it could be a bulldozer, excavator on metal tracks, or it could be car. Now, I've seen like excavators, if you've ever used a crane or excavator, they sit on metal tracks. And for example, the stick or the arm that holds the bucket, it can go up pretty high. Now, another thing I saw many years ago, back in the 90s, I was on a job site. Someone was using an excavator to dig a trench, and lightning hit right next to the excavator. Now, it hit a tree. Now, the interesting thing was the bucket of the excavator was up pretty high. It was just, I don't know what they were doing. The lightning hit, and it went to the tree, which was just in front of it and not that much taller. It hit the tree, and it actually transferred through the tree to the excavator, and it damaged the little, what do you call it? The little box. I don't know what that thing is called. It's not the ECM for the engine. It was something for the controls. It was like, I call it an amplifier, but when you use a joystick, it has the little controls, and then you can control the auxiliary hydraulics. It blew that up. Didn't do any other damage to it, but probably because of the EMP created or just the voltage spike, it blew it up. But it didn't hit the machine. So you'd say, well, the machine's steel, it would hit that. But that's because the machine is the same potential as the earth ground. The tree, however, built up a slightly different potential, and therefore it got hit. But of course, once the tree was hit, you have all that voltage traveling through the air, which is ionized, and the zone around it, lightning comes out, just like roots on a tree, and it took out that little box. But that's a good question, and again, this is what I was told. I have no idea why that is the case. But as the next comment says, they had lightning rods on their homes when he was a kid. And the lightning rods are typically pointed because that tends to focus that area. If the house gets hit, it will hit the lightning rod and travel to ground. And because otherwise, if there's no path for the lightning to go, it will find its own path. It could be a water pipe inside the house, electrical conduit or whatever, and passing through that structure, that lightning gets really hot and it'll set it on fire. Or if it's wet, it could actually explode. The lightning, just like when you drop chicken into hot lard and it starts to pop and sizzle, it could do the same thing. It actually blow up part of the building. I've seen where roof tiles, homes were hit, roof tiles were blown off, and then it started a fire up in the attic. It happens here pretty regularly in Florida. One of the reasons we get a lot of lightning here, we don't have any real mineral deposits in the ground. So as the wind blows, as the storm goes, static charges can build up on all different surfaces. So lightning can hit in some pretty weird areas in Florida. That's one of the reasons why they say Florida is like the lightning capital of the U.S. Riding in the rain is fun. Yes, it can be. I've had to work in the rain. I've had to work, in fact, recently I was drilling post holes with a skid steer in the rain. Thank goodness they have those enclosed cabs now. And it can be interesting. And Bob is here, another one of our big-time carnivores or carnivore celebrities in the making. Good morning from Northeast Ohio. Good morning from Southeast Florida, otherwise known as Miami, the septic tank of Florida. And Annabelle is also here. Hi, Rick and Milton. Hello. And we have 44 people watching according to my chart, so that's pretty good. Hi, everyone. And let's see. Now, the comments are picking up. Jobs' wife was a nagging woman. I guess you mean Steve Jobs? Okay. Really? Morning, Bella. Morning. How are you? Okay. Doing okay, yes. Good morning, Bob. There we go. Hopefully, this Monday I'll be able to go on Carnivore Talk. Ever since my other computer was destroyed, I've had tech issues. My keyboard, as you know, had failed, so I wasn't able to really do anything, but now I fixed all that. And it looks like it may rain today, so I may even take another crack at fixing my computer. It really is a shame that my best computer was the one taken out by the rain. My other computer that's here in the living room, that was Milton. He broke the USB port off of it, but I soldered a new one on there, and it's fixed. No more problems. I have been in auto claims for years. Lightning hits are not unusual at all. Yeah, exactly. It happens from time to time, and I've seen it. Definitely. Philippines has crazy weather. My kids want to retire there. And I'm all, no, I'm not into typhoons. Well, that's it. Don't come to Florida either, because when a hurricane comes, things can get really bad. I had the yummiest dinner. I cooked a New York strip, tons of bacon, eggs, some butter, and a cream sauce. It was quite decadent. Yes, a lot better than duck food, I'll tell you that. Cream sauce, always a yummy extra. Yes. It was a nice treat. I don't make it all the time. And that's the kind of treat you want. Duck food is not a treat. I fasted over 21 hours today. Well, there you go. Quack info in progress. Yes, yes. I saw a chef on YouTube cook duck. It looked really good. Duck is delicious. Hard to resist. EMF took out the little box. I'm not sure what it was, but it destroyed it. And then there was no control over the accessories. The auxiliary my Bobcat has one of them. The auxiliary hydraulics run off a little switch. And I think that was a Case. Excavator? It was Komatsu Case. I don't remember, but it was one of those. Say, oh, well, now the bucket, the thing you put the, what is that called? It's like an auxiliary port you use for operating a mower and stuff. It didn't work, and that's what it was. Okay, got to go. Always a pleasure to listen, Rick. Good day, all. Well, I'm glad that you were here, and I hope that you will be back for the next one. Someday we'll be able to see the build-up with tech lenses. Okay? And they have to learn about our surrounding magnetism. They're just beginning to figure it out. Well, the Earth uses magnetism to deflect a lot of radiation, so it is very important. St. Elmo's fire lighting is something special. That's true. Good morning, Rick and Milton. Good morning, Jamette. Milton, of course, is sleeping on the bed, but he may pop in. You never know. And Bob says, celebrity in the making? Yes. It's only a matter of time. Next thing you know, you'll be selling your own carnivore coaching program like everybody else. Just kidding. Okay, high sweetness. And if you don't know Bob, Carnivore Talk, check him out. He's been dealing with pretty much chronic kidney issues and is still able to work. And for anybody that says that the carnivore diet destroys your kidneys, he's living proof that that is not true. Ball lightning, that is a mystery to its physics and such. As far as I was told, it's actually a type of plasma that generates its own gravity. It's really an interesting phenomenon, and it may explain a lot of the things about the universe, how planets rotate, why they're hot in the center, and so on. So it's interesting, and it's funny. I actually experienced ball lightning as a kid when we used to have rural areas, which, of course, we no longer have thanks to the Federal Reserve and developers. There was a place down in Homestead where they had this really long power line. It was a single wire, probably 8,000, 15,000 volts, whatever it was. It came off of the three-phase line, and it went down at least 5 miles. And we were over at his house, which was like the second to last on the line. There was one more house. It was a round house that's been torn down. It's all developed now. It's crazy, but back then it was rural. There was a storm pretty far away, but it was dark, and it was really active lightning. But the sun was out where we were. And big flash of lightning, bam, thunder and everything. And it was so weird because it had to be 30, 40 seconds, and all of a sudden we heard like a sizzling sound, like somebody was welding or whatever. You know how when you're MIG welding and it goes, and it just, you could see on the power line this like spark that went down the power line. And as it got closer and closer, it started to speed up. And when it went past, it was like when you overload your power line before the fuse blows out, and it went down. And then when it went along the high voltage line on the top, and it went right over where the transformer was, and it just kept going. It didn't blow the fuse. It just rolled along. And then when it got to where the other insulator was, it went, and it just like sparks, like a firework. Boom! And that was it. And it made a pretty big bang. So I thought, that has got to be the most interesting fireworks I've ever seen. But then his dad was saying, no, that's ball lightning. I'm like, what is that? And I looked in my old encyclopedia, which I have up top, and I actually looked it up, and it really was a real thing. It was so funny. I haven't seen it since, but that was weird. The other thing I've had happen, I was many years ago working out there. We were picking up hay, and there was some lightning. There was a flash of lightning, and what it did, it actually hit the fence. And the fence had one of those little high voltage transformers on it. Well, not only did the lightning blow up the high voltage transformer, but it actually welded some of the wires together. So when we went to fix the fence, it was like spot welded. It was so weird. And on top of that, the wire sagged. I guess because so much current went through it, the resistance of the wire, it got hot and it just sagged. So we had to replace all of that too. And the wire was really brittle. Instead of being more flexible as we wrapped it up, it would just break. So that was another one of those weird lightning phenomenons. Then again, living in Florida, lightning is just part of life. It was a lot more interesting when we had rural areas, though. And my biggest regret about living in Miami is just watching the development, the crazy, relentless, non-stop development wipe out everything. This area has the environment totally destroyed, completely wiped out, all in the name of increasing debt and increasing wealth for a very select few, who, by the way, don't live around here. They live on isolated islands, or they live in the older neighborhoods where they have more space. They don't live in these subdivisions that they created. Of course not. You're not going to live where you crap. That's what they say. Okay. It'll roll along the ground. Saw a video of it slowly moving above the ground surface. Yeah. And this one was on the power line, which was really weird. Okay. All right. Jolting our bolts randomly. Okay. What's the best duck food for the ducks, Rick? Well, it depends. Insects are the best food for healthy ducks. Cockroaches seem to be the best. They love it, they get healthy on it. When it comes to craveability, the more processed the food, the better. It gets the ducks addicted. In terms of plant based foods, palm berries are the most healthy for the ducks. Those little Christmas palm berries, they get very healthy on that. They don't get as fat, very healthy. And of course, tropical fruit. Mangoes are really good for fattening up your ducks, and it doesn't seem to hurt them. Suriname cherries, there's a lot of fruit that you can give the ducks. And I do think that fruit is very important for fattening your ducks. You want your ducks to be more tender. Now, if you want a healthier duck, you're going to end up with a tough, dark meat, strong flavored duck, and that's not the best for eating. So you have a choice. Do you want your ducks to be healthy and active, or do you want them to be delicious? So you have to find a balance in between. Just make sure you don't give them too much processed food. I learned the hard way. If you give them a lot of chips and popcorn and all that, they will have a heart attack. And if they are a duck that's been living behind the hospital, eating the junk food there, they will get a heart attack in as little as a month. I know because I was fattening up one of my ducks and he had a heart attack. Now, thankfully, I caught him during the heart attack and I stuffed him in the refrigerator because I had to work that day. So he was cooling in the refrigerator. And then a friend of mine brought his girlfriend over, and I think I mentioned this before. She wanted to get water from the refrigerator, and I guess the ice was jammed. She opened the refrigerator door and screamed and was in horror because you had a duck with the head still on, eyes open, next to an iguana sitting on the shelf. And the scream was just unbelievable. I thought somebody was getting murdered in there. I thought that my house had turned into the Bates Motel. But nope, it just, I guess people freak out when they see that. I really don't know why, because he was actually very delicious. Carnivore Talk already a celebrity. Yes. I went to a church barbecue yesterday. It was so good. I didn't eat the duck food. The men in my church cooked the steak so badly. Wow. I didn't eat dessert, although it was tempting. Well, I've never been tempted by dessert, but I agree. Most of these people, when they have cookouts, they burn their steaks. They don't know how to cook a steak. And there's nothing worse than a well-done steak. If I wanted a well-done steak, I would just get one of my leather boots and eat that instead. It probably has a better flavor. At least there's no seed oils in it. All right. A build up to an explosion of sparks. Yeah, that's what happened here. It was very interesting. Rabbit oil in the future. What a showcase. Yes. Plasma. Yep. You see one? I did. And we have some good mornings here. I hope you are well. Didn't get to bed until 1 a.m. working on a project, and time went fast. If you are a type 1 diabetic, watch Brisket Boomer live Wednesday, 10/8. Panel of people on carnivore with type 1 diabetes. Will be informative even for those of us non-diabetics. All right. Check out that channel if you want to. That's good. Wednesday. But it doesn't 10/8. Okay. Didn't say what time, but I'm sure you can look up the name Brisket Boomer. Storm acts as a conduit to plasma is orbital space. Has to be it. It's all connected. I've inspired a friend at my church to go carnivore. She's going to start after Christmas. I inspired her not to eat dessert at the church barbecue. Well, if they have to wait till Christmas, they may not start, but keep being the encouraging one. Cosmic waves affect weather on Earth via the atmosphere. I've heard that. And CB Carmack is here. We have a lizard, a duck, and I'm not sure what that is. Looks like somebody's ready to eat both of them. Okay. Some humor there. Annabella, that's great. Haha, whoa. All right. Have you shot your old BB gun yet? I got one of those Daisy guns here somewhere. I don't know what happened to it. All right. Yep. And we have a good morning. And let's see. How are you doing with that book? That's something you want to see. All right. Waiting on my wife to come home. Do ducks eat any little fishes like? Yes. If it's moving and it's small enough for them to swallow, it's on the duck's menu. Even little mice, they'll eat anything. Ducks don't discriminate. Okay. I really need to do more writing. I find it hard to create when I'm in so much pain. Yeah. That's so special. I can see your face when you found it. Yeah, let's see. Okay. All right. Kind of did. He was probably 14 to 15 pounds, if I remember correctly. I weighed him. I think he was somewhere between 14 and 15 pounds. He was definitely a heavy one. Hello, friends. Happy Saturday. Hello, Lewis. And I guess in about a month or so, I'll be seeing you out there at the Quack Your Health, or whatever it's called. No, it'd only be Quack Your Health if I put it on. I think duckies are cute. I feed them at the river. They eat out of my hand. Yeah, they can be pretty tame sometimes. They are so cute. She thought your house was a Bates Motel. Yes. She'll never forget that one, Rick. Well done, well done. I guess when you open the refrigerator now, if I opened the refrigerator and a friend of mine had a duck sitting in there cooling off, I'd be getting duck cravings. I'd be like, when you going to cook the duck? When you going to cook the duck? But in all the time that I've opened other people's refrigerator, I've never seen anything that looked like a living animal. I have seen fruits and vegetables that I could recognize, but generally the meats are always wrapped up. You never have the whole animal in there. But you've probably seen my refrigerator with the iguana tail sticking out and ducks. Normally, by the time they reach the refrigerator, they have been head removed, defeathered, and they look like any other. Because I had one time that had already been plucked and put in the refrigerator. A friend of mine opened it up and he said, wow, you got a turkey in the refrigerator? I'm like, no, that's a duck. Well, that's awfully big for a duck. I said, yeah, it's a Muscovy duck. Muscovy duck's like a small turkey, especially after they've been fattened in Rick's special executive suite. A month of eating the most delicious, luxurious duck food you could ever imagine. And Mr. Ducky is just so happy because he's getting to mate and he's eating and he's enjoying a stress-free life with no predators to run away from, no cars to get run over by, just sitting there enjoying the little fountain with the little duck pond and just super happy until one day he sticks his head through the feeder and it's lights out. Boom! And that's it. Anyway. Yep. I'd be so lost without God's help. When I do, OMAD, the pain improves. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you found sort of a way to manage it. Fat people tell me I'm too skinny. They tell me I'm too skinny as well, and I don't care. I am not trying to prove anything to anybody. Being fat is not an option. Yep, there we go. Okay. What am I doing here? Yep. All right. Talk about a coat. Okay. Let's see. Hi, Juliet. Let me clarify. Okay. All right. I have a lot more. God talks when I hurt. Yes. It's how he gets our attention. So not a sumo wrestler. Nope. Hello, everyone. Sorry I can't say hi to all in chat. I'm walking a dog. Well, you mentioned that. That's fine. Ducks are a brainless eating machine. Yes, they are. And they get nice and fat, and they are super delicious. God, it's such a comfort. That's right. The dog is walking you. Yep. Anthony Chafee spoke about horses eating rabbits. I haven't seen that, but that is interesting. Hi, sweetie. Hope all goes well. Lewis, good morning. Rick, is the old saying true? Get your ducks in a row. Do ducks swim in a row? They don't swim in a row, but they often walk in a row. And you'll see that. I've shown it in some of my videos. But it's like follow the leader. Ducklings will follow their mother and they follow each other. Ducks that are unrelated don't do that. They go wherever they want. How many fat people tell me I'm too skinny? But I have had people ask if I'm taking Ozempic because of how much weight I've lost. Rick is a Jeffrey Dahmer of ducks. Okay, well, that is interesting. They cross the street in row. Yes, they do. Dr. Chafee, right? And hopefully I'll be able to see Dr. Chafee as well. So I'm glad that Russ and some other people got together to get me into the Heck Your Health conference. I want to see how many people actually talk to me, and I want to see how many people run from me. I think that some of the more popular carnivores that have never seen me in person may have a bit of a shock. Like, what is that? And I'm curious because I'm not going to go and say hi to anyone. I'm going to let them say hi to me because I've never been to an event before. So it'll be interesting to see who says hello. And hopefully I'll have a working camera or cameras so I can make videos from it and upload it to my channel because I am very curious. And I'm going to see if anyone that's a big time in the carnivore community will invite me to eat. Let's see if Dr. Chafee or Dr. Baker or maybe, I think Dr. Kiltz would because I think he likes me. So he might invite me to eat. I might be eating some half-cooked beef with Dr. Kiltz. And some of my friends that are in the carnivore space, some of you may be going there. Let's see what happens. It'll be curious. I know my friend Russ will say hi because he's already said hi to me. He took the initiative to come to Miami, take me to the Brazilian steakhouse. We had a good time. And actually give me the computer that I'm using now that my other one has been broken. So, yeah. All right. People assume someone has lost a ton of weight that they're on a GLP-1. That's true. Rick is the Jim Jones of carnivore. I don't know why people say that. I don't even own sunglasses. Actually, I do own sunglasses, but they're just the ones that have a camera in it, which I used for a while, and I haven't used since then. Actually, they might be over here. Let's see. Somewhere around here. All right. Big avalanche here. All right. This is a little something I use. It was kind of handy. See? Has a USB cable, has lenses. So you put this on here and there you go. I don't think I look like Jim Jones, but Jim Jones was older than me when he had them drink he's younger than me actually. Drink the Kool-Aid. And Juliet has a great idea. We need t-shirts, Quack Your Health, and wear them at event. That would be pretty funny. Quack Your Health. That's it. Okay. The best part. Hey, what the ice maker is stuck. Yeah. Let me unclog it. Open the refrigerator. All right. Let's see. That guy, going to search him up in Google. Okay. Yep. Dr. Anthony's my favorite carnivore doctor. Well, he's the one that tends to take the most time, talk to people, and he's probably one of the better looking of the carnivore doctors. Now, I can ask all you women, maybe some of you guys too might think, who is the best looking of the carnivore doctors? That would be a good question. And there are several. There's the ones that they don't talk much about. You have like, who's the blonde guy? It's Australian. I can't remember, but I'll come to me eventually. Failure is not an option. Yes. Rated R. R for Crazy Rick. Okay. Heard a news report on YouTube that said restaurants are not providing kids' meal-style menu options for people on weight loss drugs because they are buying less food. Restaurants are not providing. Okay. 43 years of carnivore. I am 57. I've been on carnivore since 1983. That is 42 years since I started the carnivore diet. I always thought it was funny saying get your ducks in a row. Yes, well, that's where it came from. Dr. Kiltz and Nelson, my favorite carnivore doctors, followed closely by Dr. Berry, Dr. Chafee. And don't forget about Dr. Nelson, or as I call him, Uncle Fester. So you could see Lurch and Uncle Fester at one event. You rang. So, I agree with that, Peter. Yes. Okay. Meet a Chafee. Okay, very informative. And I think a lot of women like Chafee because he's attractive. Rick, you should open a cafe. Could be associated with your ayahuasca sweat lodge. Well, that's it. You know, you get. I got the vine out there in the yard. You could go there and prepare your own. I like Dr. Fetke and Dr. Ovadia. Yes, Ovadia is a cardiologist, I believe. Fetke, Gary Fetke, I've seen him as well. That is true. The great duck flotilla does when they're on a sortie via Rick's command. Go get the duck food. Next thing you know, they open a McDiarrhea or a Chipotle or whatever that crap is, and then you send the ducks over there to destroy it. They're waddling around, eating everything inside, pooping everywhere. I've heard of higher ed restaurants that now offer smaller portion entrees for those who are on Ozempic Mounjaro. You'll tower over them. Yeah, that is true. I am the tallest carnivore, which is probably another reason why they try to avoid me. I'm not sure. Yes, that. Wow. I wish I could come and meet you all. When is that Hack Your Health in November? Well, I think it's the second week in November. Let me go ahead and... Why is this thing flashing? Oh, I guess I pulled on the phone cord. Let's see. Hack Your Health in November. Let me go over here and let's see. Okay. So, let me go over to this page. There I am. Who is that strange looking guy with a bunch of encyclopedias? I think he's a quack. I don't want to listen to this idiot. I'm a vegan. I can't listen to that. So we'll go ahead and we will type in Quack Your Health. No. Now, I really didn't want to go to any convention. But why did I go? Very simple. Why am I going to go? Because somebody wanted me to go. Oh, where's my keyboard? Here it is. It's right in front of me. That always helps. Okay, let's see. What? Okay. Well, there's actually a movie called Hack Your Health. Let's see. 2024. Huh, what do you know? Now, where is the conference? Everybody's talking about the movie, but let's see. Hack Your Health. Let's put in Tampa. It's November 14th through 16th. Okay. All right. And I'm sure they have all the usual suspects. Let's see. Expo Hall, VIP 3-day pass, sold out, everything the general pass, front row, keynote seating, access to breakout setting, VIP lounge with all-day refreshments. So, and I believe that is what they got me in there. Free parking at the Tampa Convention Center. Hopefully I can get my wonderful truck to run, but who knows? The way the weather's been, I still can't get my engine out. My Bobcat's broken, but a friend of mine is helping me locate the fittings I need to fix it. So that'll be great. But I am looking forward to it. The only thing I'm not looking forward to is having to leave my cat because I don't want to take him anywhere and risk having him get lost or harmed. I would be very upset if I lost my little black menace. So we need to figure out a way to do an automatic feed. He'll be fine here in the house. He won't demolish the house when I'm gone. He may be a little upset, but when I get back here, he'll be super friendly. But, so who do we have here? We have the usual people. Well, we got this Ben guy. He's supposed to be here in Miami. I've tried to contact him many times. He never writes back. So, probably one of those celebrity that doesn't want to associate with the poor people. And who else do we have? I'm sure we have all the usual suspects. Speakers, let's see. Meet all of your speakers. All right. There's Dr. Baker. James Barry. I've seen him. Oh, they got Todd speaking? Interesting. Oh, there's the chiropractor, Eric Berg. I've seen him. Oh, Elizabeth Bright. I've seen all these people in some interviews. Oh, Max. So now he's a celebrity. He interviewed me more than a year ago. Who else do we have? Will Harris. This is that Kelly Skinny lady they talk a lot about, who's been a carnivore 15 years. All right, let's see. And, of course, one of our favorites. Look at that. Good old Dr. Kiltz. Where's Nelson? He should be there. Adam. Wow. That'll be a good time to catch a nice nap because Adam is very soothing in his voice. So you could listen to him and fall asleep. I don't know who this is. Don't Farm and Homesteaders. How can you... Oh, it's going to be busy. Oh, of course. Of course, the center of attention always has to be there. Yes, Healing Humanity. Very nice. So, yep, he's going to be there. That's a given. Wherever there's an event, definitely has to be there. Where'd my mouse go? Oh, there it is. All right. And who else do we have? Well, we got a bunch of people. Let's put it that way. But we'll see. Okay, I lost that page. Oh, well, no big deal. Exhibitor showcase. I guess. Oh, so it's like one of those, it's like something at the convention center where they sell you stuff. Carnivore bar. None of this stuff. Algae tablets. Okay. Zero gravity, blah, blah, blah. Carnivore snacks. You know, the funny thing is that none of this stuff I can use. Exhibitors. Dr. Boz. iFix Hearts. Healing Humanity. Okay, that's what it is. They got themselves a booth, so that's why they're there. What is all this? So where's Dr. Kiltz? Should be there. Did I miss it? Where's Kiltz Health? Here it is. Kiltz Health. Of course. Okay. Actually, I'm really looking forward to meeting Dr. Kiltz because he's funny to me. He's like motivational speaker, doctor, carnivore influencer, all in one. This guy is just too much. So I want to meet him up. See, and I haven't seen this animal thing. I can't find it, and you know what? I'm not even going to bother looking for it. If somebody sends it to me, that's great, and I'll do a review on it, but I have no access to it. It's just like medical care. I have no access to that either. 30 Days to Carnivore course. All right. Well, again, he's marketing products, which is fine. You can do that. 30 Days to Carnivore. I need to make a course, 42 Days to Carnivore. Oh, there's the Kiltz Mighty Tribe. Okay. And which is free at the basic level. And then, of course, now he's got additional levels. And I'm kind of happy about that because he can compete with some of these other groups with the whatever gang and whatever this and that. They all charge you $30 a month. That seems to be the baseline. So I guess Dr. Kiltz can join that and hopefully take some of those customers away and bring them to the Dr. Kiltz tribe. That's what competition does. Free market, that would be fantastic if it ever happens. All right, so let's see. So yeah, that's when it is, and I've gone off on the tangent there. How do we really build muscles as carnivore? I have no idea. However, if you want to look at someone who is a carnivore, I don't see him on my chat anymore. Maybe you're listening, maybe you're just shy, but look for Jonathan, Carnivore Muscle. All you have to do is go back to YouTube, look for Carnivore Muscle, and if you need someone to give you, he is a bodybuilder, he has a lot of experience, and out of everybody on YouTube, I would trust him more than anyone. And again, let's just go over here and see if we can find the scene, because you don't want to ask me, I have no muscle. I'm as skinny as a vegan. So we'll go over here and we'll just go to Carnivore Muscle. and you can see his channel. See? So this is the guy you want to look at. If you're not a subscriber, check him out. And that's my advice for how to build muscle on carnivore. All right. So, let me go back here. And let's see. I had something exciting happen yesterday. I can fit into a dress I bought years ago that didn't fit me. I was so miserable. When I bought the dress, it reminded me how miserable I was and how happy I am now. Well, that's great. See? I can't go. I have a cat. Well, I have a cat too. I have to figure out how can I get Milton where he has something to do. All right. They'll say, I don't have to guard Rick in the paint. Gonna have to foul. Okay. Must be a Marine reference. Keep going. Yes. Okay. They will know you, and you're 6'6". Bring a fake iguana with you. You know what? If I have my truck running, I'll bring a real iguana. It'll be cooking on the engine. Pretty slick, Rick. Yes. Well, that's just like my hair. They used to call me Slick Rick. There will be so many of us at Hack Your Health making videos. We should just make videos of all the people making videos. Well, there you go. Always get it on camera. Always. What part of the iguana should you not eat? Don't eat the intestines. Don't eat, anything related to the digestive system. I wouldn't eat the iguana brain either. You could eat the liver. I generally just eat the legs and tail because it's quicker. But, the eggs, sometimes you get a iguana that has eggs in it, a female. You can eat the eggs too. There's a lot of good stuff you can eat out of an iguana. Just eat your fatty meat, eggs stay active, and you'll gain build muscle. Well, that's not actually true because all you have to do is look at me and you realize that carnivore alone doesn't build muscle. In order to build muscle, you need the right genetics and you need the right exercise. You need to stimulate that. You need to challenge your body because otherwise it's just going to do enough. You'll end up like me with arms like a vegan, just skinny. There's no muscle here, skinny legs. That's pretty much what you'll get. And the thing is, if you're too old, like you're in your 70s, you're not going to build any muscle. Once you get past 75 or 80 or whatever, you're not going to gain any. But, if you're younger, you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, sure, go for it. Carnivore diet does have the advantage of giving you a lot of protein and fat for energy, and you don't have to deal with a lot of carbohydrates, so you don't have to be bulking and cutting all the time. You can just slowly build. Makes sense. My friend that's been a carnivore since 2000, he's still in good shape. He's 51, still looks fantastic. Still has just as much muscle as when he was in his 20s. So that's good. Okay, mine comes up with so many stupid ideas. Whoops. And it jumped ahead. All right. There we go. I got a lot of comments. Wow. The comments really started pouring in. That is crazy. My mind just comes up with so many stupid ideas. I can't stop them. We'll probably do a video about Hack Your Health, people making videos. That's fine. More like the T800, Rick. Those look like glasses that allow you to see through women's clothing. It's like the X-ray specs they used to put in those magazines. You put this thing on there and it's like, okay. And then when you want, you simply plug in your USB cable and then you can download your video. So you got the cable in there and, maybe you could do it real time. You're over there and you got it plugged in and they probably think you're from the Secret Service or something. But anyway, yeah, this is a little something that I got back. I used to sell security cameras and stuff. It was a sample that we got. It actually worked pretty well, but it was a little complicated because you had to press the button and then you had to see the blue light or the red light, and it was a little bit of a challenge. I need to actually the light still works. That's the funny thing. Still got that blue light in there. The light here and push the button, see it does its thing. I'd have to find the instructions. I forgot how this thing works. Red light. It needs charging. That's what it is. Okay. Got the blue light. Anyway, I might use this on a bike ride once in a while. Although, the last time that I did a bike ride from up there, I had people complain that they were getting dizzy because I was just way too high. So, that's okay. You want his clothes, his boots, and his motorcycle. I'm not sure who that is. Simplified my diet. Eating less different types of foods, tightening up. That's good. Pics of people taking pics. I do that too so I can monitor my fat intake. Chafee is no doubt. Glasses, yeah. Paul Mason, that's the one. The blonde doctor from Paul Mason. Paul Mason is actually underrated. And he's probably one of the better looking of the carnivore doctors, but that's just my opinion. Let's see, by far best looking Chafee. Yeah, exactly. Most YouTubers look lean. Well, that's me. I'm lean. His girlfriend wife is hot. You must be talking about Dr. Chafee. Well, of course, a hot doctor is not going to have an ugly girlfriend wife. I mean, they used to say when I took psychology, people of equal attractiveness tend to go together. Now, you do see the exception, but that's usually when you're dealing with someone who's gold digging or something else. I don't think I've ever seen someone who's really attractive with a really unattractive spouse unless money was involved or girlfriend or whatever. I guess if you're, being, how do they put that? What is that term they use? Not gold digger, but there's some other term where you're dating just for money. I forget what it is. Dr. Paul Mason, yes. Score another for the 80s. There you go. She looks too manufactured to me. Okay. Probably is, but she's still attractive. I like Dr. Chafee because he's relentless and with deep understanding. It's like in the celebrity days. You might see Rock Hudson dating somebody, and then you realize that Rock Hudson wasn't even interested in women because he ended up getting AIDS. Bob Briggs is an old carnivore guy too. Well, Bob Briggs was not that old, but Butter Bob, as he was known, had two very famous sayings, and he was one of the first people I ever saw on the keto diet. One is, butter makes your pants fall off, and two, lard makes you lean. Yes, that is very true. Wear your Quack Your Health t-shirt at the doctor's dinner. Well, that's it. Or you can have a shirt that says, don't quack your health. Chafee wouldn't be so handsome when his hair continues to roll out. When his hair continues to roll out. Is he losing his hair? Is that what it is? Could be. What about Rick? Rick seems to be going okay. There you go, Rick. Yeah, right. CB. Quack Your Health. The tallest carnivore, Rick. Started young. That could be it. That could be. And if you look at my picture from junior high and you realize how short I really was, that's the amazing thing. No one can stoop a die like the GDF squadron. There you go. The duck flotilla. Rrr. He does maneuvers with it like combing it forward. Oh, okay. So I guess Dr. Chafee is losing his hair. Well, he's in his 40s. That's usually when it happens, but even if he loses his hair, I don't think that most people mind when someone's really good looking and they lose their hair. They're still attractive. In fact, some women think that's more attractive because when you lose your hair, they say you have a higher testosterone. And speaking of high testosterone, did you see what our friend Mitch, his testosterone measured at? That was ridiculously high. And guess what? Mitch doesn't have a lot of hair, does he? And I'm quite amazed at how that ring of hair that he has is so dark. You don't see that in somebody that's approaching 80. I never have. Mitch, he's an interesting combination because he looks old, but at the same time he looks active and vibrant. And I think that's what old people should be. You're not going to look 20 when you're 80, but you can definitely be active when you're 80. Your mind is good. You don't give up. That's what I want to see. I wish that all the old people that I know were like Mitch. I really do. Somewhat stubborn, very knowledgeable, and able to do things on their own and willing to take the effort. You see that he's been pushing the creatine and leucine, which, as I've seen, is a good thing. I think that instead of putting people on statins, they should be putting the elderly on creatine and leucine. And the ones that haven't had a stroke, they should be out there walking and bike riding and going to the gym and doing whatever else they can. I mean, think about it. If you're in your 80s, you don't have a whole lot of time left. Why would you want to sit in the rocking chair and do nothing and become irrelevant when you could be a senior citizen who's out there meeting people, doing things, and setting the example for the youth. In fact, I think a lot of the young people that I've known, they said that they would hang out with old people if they weren't so cranky and they weren't always hurting. So if you're one of the old people that's out there able to do things, you could make friends of all ages. Like when I was a kid, we made friends with older people as well, because the young people that were my friends, they were not as interesting as some of the older people that had all these talents like chemistry and how to weld, how to do mechanical work, carpentry, all this stuff. I learned so much from the older generation. That's probably the way that I am. So if you want to raise a world full of people like Rick, which I think a lot of people wouldn't, I know the globalists would freak out, but if you do, you want to try to get some of the older people to be healthy enough to transfer the knowledge over to the younger people, so the younger people can then make decisions from an educated standpoint and not just from what the media and the government indoctrination center behind a 6-foot fence, known as a school, is telling them. There was a tribe who are all tall, only drinks raw milk. That is the Maasai. That is a Maasai in Africa. Rick lurched for Halloween. Outside can have a speaker saying, "You rang." Actually, my doorbell, it goes like a foghorn. Yep. They only drink raw milk, but will eat you. They're not cannibals, though. Those are the Maasai. If I were going bald, I'd try to comb my hair forward like Dr. Chavy does. No biggie. Or I'd shave my hair. And again, I haven't really looked. I should look closer at Dr. Chafee. If I get to see him in person, I'll take a closer look. But I'm sure some people want to take a closer look at me to see if I'm combing over. But if you look at my 50s hairstyle, that's not really conducive to combing over. It's like someone said, "You look more like Fonzie with that hair." Well, probably. Haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? Don't remember them cannibal. I remember them eating once a year. Okay. I just keep it buzzed. I would suddenly become a singer in a rock band so I could wear a wig. Well, there you go. I got tons of hair. It's not happening anytime soon. That is correct. Okay, yeah. He's going to be handsome. Exactly. Yes, he is. Sometimes I don't meet Mitch's new time. Okay. It is earlier. I found your email address. Rick is showing up at your house driving his Bobcat. Once I get it running, they have auto doors for chicken coops. Set one up for Business Food Bowl. Yeah, I got to get something together. I got like a month. I got to get this done. I meant hack your house. So if anybody has any ideas, he would just drive it to your house. Just a guess, but I don't think Ben has the time to sit around and chat. The guy's constantly doing content. That's probably it. That's it. I'm text talking. I'm going to show up and hack your health. All right, maybe a fish feeder. All right. Lauren Knight Hughes is very attractive. Well, there you go. Bring your hammock. All right, I would just go to meet my chat friends. Yes. Haven't gotten my flu shot. I never get a flu shot. I haven't had a vaccine since I was a little kid. And what a scam. There you go. I think for some people, though, it is beneficial, especially if you're older and in poor health. But I think for normal people that are relatively healthy, it's unnecessary. I usually get the flu early anyway, and it hardly goes away. She has great eyes, too. Well, there you go. Me too, Ellen, unless Dr. Abs is there. That's another good one. You know, the dentist, I like the Dr. Abs video. That's another one of the doctors. I really want to meet him. He seems interesting. He's also one of the few ones that mention me from time to time, which is very good. I'll just come and stay with you guys after. I don't need to hear the talks nearby and just get... Yeah, exactly. If you're not gone too long, can leave Milton a few big bowls of food and water. The problem is, if I do that, the gigantic cockroaches from the outdoors will eat all the food, and that's it. Looks very commercial. It is. It is commercial. I got suspicious of the flu shot. Huh. Signs around drugstores that would promote the shot. And annoyed. Oh, yeah. Again, I'm skeptical, too. I've never been to a carnivore event. I haven't either. My mom lived to be 95 and never got a flu shot. There you go. She has it all. Question is, would she be a submissive wife? Okay. Why would Rick need algae towels? He's scraping out his sinker bathtub. Joke. Oh, did you ask Mitch? I don't think Mitch is going to go. I think Mitch needs to spend time at home and recover. And I don't think Mitch really wants to be seen trying to walk around with a walker. That'd be a distraction. And I don't even think Mitch likes those big get-togethers anyway. He's more of an intimate, very small get-together. I know I'm the same way. So if he comes, great. If not, that's fine. I'm going to meet Mitch one of these days. He mentioned one time he'd like to do a podcast with me. So if I ever get a reliable truck, I'll make the trip. I'll drive all the way up to Melbourne so that I can meet up with Mitch, and then I'll drive back home. Either that or I'll visit a friend somewhere around there. So that'll be good. Yep. Well, once I get the tarp up, I think that will fix the roof leak for now, and that tarp should be good for another year. So hopefully by then this winter I'll be fixing the roof. I get enough materials together, I will fix the roof and eliminate this problem once and for all. I can't really sell the place until I fix the roof anyway. She might be a wokester. I'm not sure I get that vibe from her on YouTube, all right? I'd prefer to have equal partner and best friend with benefits, of course, as a wife or girlfriend. Yep, a lot of people like the partner and friend with benefits. Otherwise, what's the point? There's no ego, it just doesn't work. There's always a dominant person in a relationship. True, Hughes is my daughter's age. Way too young to be attracted to, but she's pretty, yes, and very smart and successful, too. And Lori Wetzel says, good morning, quackers. And I say good morning, either me or new flu shot. Keep from getting CVS about it. Yeah. Rick in the paint is a basketball reference. Okay, didn't know that. Sorry, Don, didn't agree with that. Yep. I watch both Carnivore Muscle and DC as I sit on my butt and watch them work theirs. Well, there you go. Another underrated channel, DC, or DC Rebuilding. David Charles, the cancer, not only cancer survivor, but cancer thriver, who has been able to go from being bedridden and ready to die to being very active. Oh no, another phone call. I'm not answering it. I don't know who that is. I think I have it on my display. Hold on. Okay, where is that? All right. Let's see. Who in the world? Oh, no. You calling me back again? No. I am not going to answer it. Sorry. And if you knock on my door, I'm going to ignore you. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to close the Venetian blinds. If you come here to my house and knock on my door, I'm shutting the blinds. So give me a little bit while I shut the Venetian blinds and I ignore the doorbell. All right? Hold on. Okay, I apologize for that. You know, people have to learn to respect your space, whether they're friends, customers, or whatever. And I've already talked to someone. I am not going to waste my time talking on the phone about some problem that you've created yourself. I told you I would deal with it later. And that's it. So you can call all you want. All you're going to do is add to the ambiance of Rick's live stream. And you know what? Why don't you watch my live stream and ask me the question right here on the internet? But that's okay. Once things settle down and I finish the live stream, I got to prepare for Thomas's live stream. That is the priority of the day. Everything else can wait. And if you're watching me, don't even think about knocking on my door. Don't forget, my door actually has a special gag feature that has 20,000 volts of pure pleasure. So if you want to try to open the door, you're going to get the shock of your life. All right, so let me go back over here to the chat. Don't know her age, but I don't plan on dating her, so not a problem. I can appreciate a nice-looking woman. Well, there you go. And as Peter knows, my taste in women is terrible. So if you saw me with a date, you'd probably freak out because you'd be like, what is that? Oh, my girlfriend. That's your girlfriend? Oh, boy. We got a problem. The biggest true legend here. There we go. Oh, I lost it. I lost it. I'll never catch up with these comments. Okay, I don't find listening to these influencer types very useful, but that's just me. And I feel the same way. Why would I listen to people that were eating duck food when I was in carnivore for decades? What's the point? And the older you get to realize, hey, some things work, some things don't. Carnivore pensioner has good enthusiasm. I think I've seen him too. Good enthusiasm in his videos. That's true. Being a very feminine woman, I'm attracted to strong masculine men. I don't have a problem being submissive. Well, there you go. So that's like a lot of the carnivore doctors. They're strong masculine men. Unlike Rick, who's a quack. I usually can't get through a lot of videos. The ads, the pitches, etc. all lose me somewhere. Yeah, and that's the same thing with me. That's why you won't see ads on my live stream. And if there are ads, it'll be on the longer form videos. And I won't be able to make those until I build a decent computer. You look good with the sunglasses on, Rick. Well, I may take these for a bike ride. And again, if I can remember how I use this and get the video going, I'll just put this on and go for a bike ride. And, you know, but it does seem weird with these sunglasses on. But they are unique. This would also be good for just general ride and talks with people. They don't even know they're being on video. Hi, sweetheart. There you go. You can practice wearing those glasses on your forehead. It will still record. Yeah, but I'm going to look at the sky, you know. It'll be like this. It's like they fall down. If you do this, you'll be looking at the sky. Okay. All right. Hello, Annabella. I like strong men physical and mentally. They make you feel protected. Well, if I want protection, I can simply attach it to my side and protection is already there. So that's really, really handy. In today's modern world, hardware is very good for protection. Let's see. What do we have on my viewers? I have, wow. Okay, I have 36 watching. Not bad, not bad. I'm a small guy, but I'm very powerful, like an ant. Up and at 'em, ant. Dizzy, like the Omni Theater View. There you go. They fall out of their chair. Okay, yeah, that's true. Powerful is good. So proud of you. Yeah, yeah. Anthony has a beautiful heart. Yes, he does. I agree with that. And remember, Anthony was the first of the carnivore doctors to interview me, which I think is kind of interesting. The second carnivore doctor to interview me was Dr. Baker. And I'm looking forward to meeting both of them. But I'm sure they'll be surrounded by the groupies, and they probably won't even say hello. It would be kind of a surprise if one of those famous doctors said, "Hi, Rick. I'm waiting to see who the first person is. I'm going to try to put a camera in my pocket so I can record exactly who is the first person to say, 'Hi, Rick.'" All right, let's see. 23 pounds I was carrying. There was extra weight. More importantly, my slowly worsening hemorrhoids disappeared for good. I can only imagine. I've never had hemorrhoids, and I used to thought it was a joke. Preparation H, like, what is that? There's so many problems, heartburn and all that I've never had. I don't even know. I guess it's pretty common. Second shortest in my family. I would have been so much taller if I'd been carnivore. I don't mind being short, though. Hey, that's fine. Yep. Answer strong. Such a blessing for you. Okay. Kind of like Captain Picard. Mitch does. Do you think AIDS is contagious, or some say it's more related to those involved in lifestyle, significantly related? immune system leaving them susceptible to various illness or, I don't know. I really don't know. But the people that I'd known that had AIDS, they were all smoking and drinking. They're a bunch of, I shouldn't say that word because YouTube, 3-letter word, starts with an F, ends with a G. And they just, they lived like crap. They got AIDS and died. I don't know. It is contagious. I mean, obviously you can't get it just from a bad lifestyle, but it may be more contagious with a bad lifestyle. I don't know. Some people actually seem to be immune to it. He's making it so. When I am carrying a 4x8 piece of drywall, I remind myself of an ant carrying a leaf. I hate drywall, but a lot of times when I carry it, I grab it by the top of it and then hold it off to the side. So, yeah, I do that too. I'm more into concrete blocks than drywall. We need more Mitches in the world. Yes, we do. There's no excuse. Older people should be like that. Mitch is fun, informative, and feisty. I like that. That's the way old people should be, not just sick and waiting to die. I was hanging out with older folks since I was 19. Well, that's it. And you learn a lot more. You got it, Rick. More interesting, and you can learn more. Yes, I'm in the same age as Mitch today. I'm feeling good too. Well, see, Linda, that's great. There's no reason to be obsolete when you're old. I mean, you can't do what you did when you were 20-something, but you can do things in your 80s that you couldn't do at 20-something because you didn't have the experience back then. Okay. I had blood tests this week. Non-carnivore doctor. High cholesterol. If he prescribes a statin, don't take it. Exactly. 17-year-old daughter. Typifies a young person. I have to tell her, just barely listens. Yeah. How old carnivore Mitch is? 78. He got stroke? Yes, he did. You're funny. I'm amazed when I get a tiny group of ants staring the beast of bread. Yeah. Mitch is a 4-year carnivore. Had a stroke most likely because of a previous brain injury. That is correct. My experience was somewhat underweight. Feels to be effective for elderly. Yeah. I've heard tryptophan, but there are also amino acids. Gut issues. Yeah. So he's a lot of fun. And bright until the last 2 years of his life. He was nearly 85. He did love meat. I wish we knew about carnivore. And that's it. All the older people I know that are active, they love their meat. Yep. I would be carrying out the bread to the dumpster. Or do what I do, carry it to the canal. Are you friends? Yep. You're funny. You handle your workout for you. Okay. All right. I want sons, not daughters. Oh, I hear clawing. Here comes Milton. Have you guys tried the fruit called Santol? No, I have not. Come on, Milton. Come on. Milton. Come on. Come here. All right. We have enthusiastic in these chats. We seem to have found the fountain of youth. Well, I don't know. Hey, there's another one of our celebrity carnivores. It's semi-retired Bob, the off-grid carnivore. Morning, Bob. You don't make as many videos as you used to, but you do make a few of them. I know you've been super busy, and I'm glad you're here. And that's what Bob always says. I'm glad you're here. And then he says, be 1% better. So, and Bob is another one of the people who interviewed me in the early, what was it, almost 3 years ago. So there were a few of them when I popped into the carnivore space. A lot of people, they interviewed me, and some of them are just not online anymore. But Bob's still there. Sounds like medicine. Never got a COVID vaccine. I didn't get them either. That they are more and more cancers since the vaccine. Okay. I look younger every time someone sees me. That's great. That's great. Milton, what are you doing? That's a strange noise. Yep. Carnivore makes you feel alive. Yes, it does. Loving kind. He was taught to his just backs next from the family naturopath. Got me into natural medicine. Okay, that's good. Showed a friend's house. I'm healthy and Marvin, my vascular forearms. Well, there you go. They were all fat. See, now I don't have as much of it. It doesn't stick out until I'm working. When I'm working, then it's all visible. But when I'm sitting here doing nothing like that. Is it really necessary for women to be a little fatter than lean? Well, that seems to be more attractive to most people. So yes, older men with power together with younger women with beautiful fertility is a natural pairing. Interesting. I like Rick's channel. Very relaxing and fun. And we have Milton, the star. Meow. Yeah, I don't know. He was here and I think he got scared. He got stage fright. Very well. Yeah. Got me beautiful old movies. I had much older dad. He was amazing. He would have lived so much longer he had gone carnivore, but we didn't know about that 10 years ago. That is true. Thought that was just in the movies. Milton is the star of the show. That's right. Ogie's in trouble again. Right? Seeing my daughter. Okay. She's seen videos, photos. I'm sure she'll be shocked. More importantly, I'll be able to keep up with the rest with the family. Yes, unlike last time. And remember, people normally get worse when they get older, not better. So that's even more important. And let's see. Yes, he is our cute Milton. Rick, the music was good. Well, I'm glad you liked that. What do men actually love to a woman's appearance? Well, there's a lot of things. I'm sure the guys can tell us. The awesome be for your daughter, their faces and overall shaping, yes. Colors, hair, and eyes, that is true. Low waist, straight posture, yes. Nobody wants a hunchback girlfriend. Julia, how we together, my children, Airbnb. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you do. I know a lot of people don't, but you definitely do, and that's good. My girlfriend was a cute girl. You think she's cute? Well, I have to say something, he said. He thought she was awful. Sounds like a sweet dad. Carnivore 10 years ago. Yeah. My dad died, 12 years ago? 13 years ago. Dad's been gone for 13 years and Mom's been gone for 5. I live feminine hands. Okay. Love feminine hands. All right. I don't think that's realistic. 2 only hands. Check your Google Voice. Oh, so you sent me a message. Interesting. Know much more. True hardware for protection, like a flashlight or hammer. Yes, or the ones that has a little trigger on it. Those are quite effective. Black hair woman is intimidating and seductive at the same time. Well, there you go. Some people prefer blondes, like me. They always say gentlemen prefer blondes. But if your blonde girlfriend looks like Dr. Sean Baker in a wig, then you're really doing good because you don't have to worry about anybody hitting on your woman. All right, very light skin and black hair. Chinese women. They have slitty eyes too. Yeah, some people like the Asians. Some people do. Grandparents for happy people, yes. My son has a fascination for Asian girls. Hair and complexion, yep. I know people that love the Asians. I tend to like them taller, though. Blonde hair is, in my opinion, more unique. So those are definitely... In Miami, you don't see that at all. So you don't have to worry. If you like the blonde girls, you don't have to worry about temptation. Move to Miami, and you will never be tempted by any of the Miami women. And if you are tempted by a Miami woman, simply look at her mother or her grandmother, and that's exactly what she's going to be. And that will snap you right out of it like that. Okay, you have so much fun with a family in B&B. You sing for them, yes. Thought about my dad's dad. He died younger. He was a heavy smoker and drinker. He had a hard life. Yeah, Poppy was a farmer. Well, there you go. Sorry, I got a phone call. Hey, I had a phone call as well. Nothing to be sorry for. Is insects carnivore? Technically, yes. Insects are carnivore because they are living things. Although there's no meat. Insects would be in the same category as like eggs. It's carnivore. Take out my dad's family. Hi, sweetie. We plan to go to the karaoke night. Oh, good. Karaoke night. Get your earplugs just in case you get a bad one. Silver, $48 per ounce. Yeah, it's hitting 50. It hit 50, in 2011? It's getting there. So, once people realize the dollar is a scam, they're going to go to silver and gold. And then the Federal Reserve is going to be totally neutered, worse than Milton ever would be. Idea? Yep. Only dated Asian women. I was actually delivered by a Japanese midwife in the hospital because the doc couldn't make it on time. So, connection there. There you go. All right. Amy's back, yes. And it says, hi to Juliet. I have been making all the decisions so far. I've said in the past, watching 2 times to catch up. That's fine. I should talk slow enough where it won't sound like chipmunks. Lori and sing for them. They'll hear for you. Cat looks like Milton. Oh, wow. Movie Goats cat looks like Milton. He was having sardines yesterday. Oh, another black cat. Love the black cats. Problem with Asian women is they look right past me and at the blue-eyed guy standing behind me. Well, there you go. That happens. I have blue eyes. There you go. Ah, there we are. Come on. Hello, Milton. Jesus, come here, baby. Come on, little Milton. Oh, yes. There's my little Cuddles. You're a sweetie. Yes, you are. What a good little kitten you are. You're such a sweet kitten. Look at that little curly tail. He's cute. You want to play, Milton? Oh, yes. Kissy, kissy. All right. Let's say hi to all of our fans. This is Milton. Hello, Milton. Look at that cutie. Look at that beautiful face. Oh, yes. He's a Milton. Hello, Milton. Look at how cute you are. Milton's looking good. He's a soft and fluffy kitten. Yeah. You good cat? Oh, no, don't go on the... No. That is not the place for Milton. Do not get on the mixer. You cut me off before and I'm talking and nobody can hear me. You can sit over there, you silly Milton. You're a silly Milton. Look at that silly Milton. Let me switch the camera view over here. Okay, where's Milton? Milton is over there causing trouble. There he is, see? He wants to get onto the mixer and cut me off. So hopefully Mr. Milton will not do that. Anyway, let me get back over here to the other camera. Okay, now, they want a blue-eyed Asian baby. Is that even possible? That won't happen, yes. Better for her as well. More likely a blonde Asian baby. That's not going to happen either. Brown eyes, dark brown hair, and nice skin tone. I'm very fair skin. Okay. Whoa. Let me see how Milton jumps across the couch. Now Milton's on the other side. There we go. Hey, Milton. You're a good Milton. Yes, you're good. I'd rather have you here than over there. Okay, so Milton has joined the live stream. And there goes Milton. I think he wants to eat something. That's why he came here to bother me. All right, so comics. Yep, some people love those comics. Is Milton? Well, he's an inside cat until I take him outside to supervise him. Milton is not fixed, so I don't want him mating with any of the female cats around here. We have enough stray cats as it is. We don't need any black cats. I will get him fixed once I get the arrangement to do so. I don't have the money to take him to a veterinarian, but I'm sure they'll have some free spay and neuter day when I can take him over there and have his nuts cut off. I do feel bad for him because I wouldn't want to have my nuts cut off. But thankfully, I know not to mate with every female that comes around. So that's a good thing. Although I did have one cat that didn't mate with females. I think he was like me, just didn't care about mating. But he already had his nuts cut off when I got him. Milton is the first one that hasn't been fixed, and he's about a year old. But he'll get it. Sooner or later, he'll get snipped, and that's it. So my wife is Filipina. There you go. And how are you? I don't have a collection. I got rid of stuff. Horrible red condition. Yeah, I guess the comic books. That's probably why they're worth so much, because most of the kids wore them out. So if you found any one, that was it. I went blonde a long time ago. I did have more fun, but I had to wear lots of makeup because it made me look very pale. Interesting. The only problem is, what is that saying? When the carpet doesn't match the drapes, that's what you have to watch out for. Sooner or later, they'll figure it out. I can't gel with the Filipino culture too much. It used to bug me because she was secretive and looked too much like Kamala Harris. Oh boy. Blonde hair and blue eyes, or red hair and green eyes. There's your targets. That's right. Yeah, some of the redheads, we have someone here that colors her hair red because her husband likes it. So that's good. We've been apart 4 years now. Relationship over. Okay. Black hair, blue-eyed combo is interesting. Yes, it is. I have green eyes. There you go. Also, myself is a Filipino. Yep. Filipino time. We'll be late for everything. That's like Miami time. We used to call it Cuban time. 2 hours late. That's Cuban time. We can mix and match, sure. I like women that like me, so I can immediately have the upper hand. Okay. What's that noise Milton's making? There's the cutest baby. Yes, He's here. Milton, we love you. Yep. Looks like he wants to talk to his agents. That's right. Carnivore Kitty. Yes. Milton might be the star of the show, but he's always late or absent to the set. It's like, what's Barkay and his teddy bear? Well, Milton is my version of Yellow Ted, except he's the Black Menace. I call her my wife. Divorced with her in 2020. Back with her in 2021, but it's a strange, long story. Okay. He's exploited. When I was younger, I was more confident in my approach. There you go. Milton hunting some iguana or lizards. There you go. What a cutie. Milton, please get into things. Oh, he does. Sue's lawyer gets more fishes and chicken stacks. Okay, Harry Sue, yep. Understand. Happy carnivore. He did look like a deer in the headlights. Yep, that was a black blur. He will jump from one side to the other. He's pretty active. Our cat ate massive lizards. Then she became very thin, and we have to worm her. The lizards are full of parasites. And this is one of the reasons I don't allow Milton to eat wild foods. And this is the reason why when I eat iguana, I always cook them very well. So it's very important. But yeah, every cat I've ever had, they get the worms. Then I got to go out into the yard and cook up some plants to kill off the parasites. And by the way, if you do get parasites in an animal or person, the only thing that gets rid of them is plant-based. You can't get rid of parasites on a carnivore diet. You have to add the plants. So if you want to get rid of the parasites, you need the plants. Just another reason to learn about plants, because they can save you when you need them. Milton strikes, yes. No mating for Milton, no. We keep Milton away from the female cats, and eventually Milton will be nutless. But I do like to let my cats grow up at least a year before the nuts come off. That way they get lean. When you cut their nuts off too early, they become fat and soft and lazy. But you can see the Milton is still active. He still runs, jumps, and climbs. And if you take their nuts off after they're somewhere between a year and 2 years old, that's before they get to be a problem. His nuts are still small. Once they start to grow, you knock them off. He's still going to have a lot of that male cat goodness, as well as not being able to mate. So that's good. Okay, let's see. Milton is such a cutie. Yes, he is. Judge Judy divorced her TV judge, Shineland, and then remarried. That's why she married the same man twice. And snapped because he learned his lesson. Okay. Poor Milton is missing out on female companionship. Well, he's just like his owner, and you'll do just fine without female companionship. All of the problems that my friends have, I would like to avoid. That's why I said if I did have a female, it would be like Dr. Sean Baker with a blonde wig. That way, she would be too tough and too dangerous to harass me or anybody else. That would be fine. Just give her a delicious steak, just like having a cat, and she'll be nice and happy, and I'll be happy too, because none of my friends will be like, oh, your wife is hot. They'll be like, oh, you think my wife is hot? Say it to her face. And then she flexes those big biceps, and they'll be like, nope, boom, I'm out of here. It's like, well, what's for dinner, dear? Steak. I love it. Let's do it. So is Milton's dad. Yeah. Right? That's what I'm saying. Hey, Milton, come on back. They want to see you. Let's see. Yeah, she is from Mendana. Okay. Good place to raise a lot of animals. Rift is kind of cast iron protected crotch cup. All right. Stop eavesdropping on mine and John's conversation. All right. Parasites is why we cook meat. Yes, and I agree with that. And also, plants are medicine. Those herbs are great for missile striking parasites. Yes. Plants can be powerful medicine. Right, Milton? Come on up. Come on. Let's see you jump up. Aloe plant. There you go. Or a whole pig, lechon style. I've done that. Dig a hole in the ground, roast it up. Let's see. In the old days, did they put a tight rubber band around the testicles to stop circulation? They just drop off? I don't know. Hey, Milton, you want a rubber band? Look at that fluffy little black tail. I'm pulling the tail. You been in the water? Come here. Come on, Milton Monster. Come here, baby. Oh, yes. You're so cute. I love my baby kitten. You know that? I love my tiny little kitten. Yes. You're so lean. You look like your owner. Look at that. Look at this cat. This thing is so lean. Look at this. Look at this cat. Perfect specimen of a black cat. Take him to the cat show. You go there and you go, oh, look at that cat. Look at that beautiful face. Oh. Gorgeous kitten. Yes, I love my little kitten. They're so soft. Booty, booty. Yep. I'm going to get rid of the little nuts. Okay. Want to put a rubber band around the little nuts, huh? He's like, you don't dare touch my nuts. I'll claw your face off. So cute. I love my little Milton. You're so Milton. Oh, he's a sweetie. Look at Milton. Oh, he loves attention. He's a cutie. Look at that face. Most cats don't like being upside down. Milton doesn't mind. Yeah, look at the tail going. Waiting to get up. Oh, what a sweetheart. Yeah, you're a good kitty. Are you getting upset? Your tail's going. Yes, it is. You are such a cute cat. Now you're falling asleep. Look at that. You are such a good addition to the morning live stream. I love it. Yep. Now you're awake again. You want to go off of there? Oh, you are so cute. And you're very popular with my viewers. I think my viewers do love my Milton. Well, you seem to be relaxed. We'll switch the camera back so we can hit the comments while you rest. Okay, so I'm not going to be trying that with Milton anytime soon. Okay. Left red cat vomit, which was the lowest grade kibble. Yeah. Yeah, some people feed their cats crap, which I'm not happy about. Now, why is my chat not moving? Oh, there we go. Okay, you're thinking of skin tags. Yes. Aloe vera, when he was conquering his path, tells you all you need to know. Okay. It looks like Milton is relaxing like he always does. This is a view you don't usually get. His eyes are now closed. Tail is barely moving. So Milton is definitely enjoying the moment. Yes, you are. What a pretty cat. Oh, your eyes are open again. Now they're closed. So that's good. Yep. Lechon is the best with vinegar. Oh, yeah. Some people love the lechon. Just trying to stop running away. Okay. Or him visiting Tyre. And Peter is back. Don't touch my nuts or I'll claw your face off. Tail whip. Okay. Getting ready to head into work. Working until 8. Well, there you go. Have fun at Furniture City, Waterbed City, or whatever they call it. Ashley Furniture. Welcome back, dear. Hi, Annabella. Being held like a baby. Yeah, he's still here, by the way. He's moved a little bit. What you doing, buddy? You got cute little eyes? Yeah. You want to play? You're a sweetie. I love my Milton. He's a good kitty. Only problem with Milton, he's unable to purr. But he does relax. Yeah. Now his eyes are closed. Oh, you're a cutie. You can see he really is a nice cat. I mean, he has his moments, but that's all right. Okay. He's playing dead. Yep. Stupid pet tricks on the old Letterman show. And you know, I have the exact same phone that Letterman did. Remember the multi-button 1A2 phone? That's what he had. I have one just like it, which I have on my other area. Oh, and for some reason, oh, I think I know what it is. Hold on. The keyboard fell down. That's what it is. Okay, whoops. All right. Hey, Milton. You looking at the thing now? Look at that. There's Milton. He's looking at the keyboard. Yes. You got the claws out, you cute little thing. You are the best. You are the best kitty I've had in a very long time. All right, Mr. Rogers and his cat. Okay. Why am I not getting this? It looks like my chat broke. Hold on. Oh, I see what happened. Yep. Let's see. Browser is here. I lost it. All right. I touched the key and I lost my comments. Let's see what we got here. Oh, I don't see it. No? Okay. It went out. Let me see if I can fix this. What did I do? Okay. Somehow I lost it. I'm going to have to, let me do this again. You touch one thing and everything, what's there? All right. It's still there, but it doesn't show up. All right. Let me change this. Hold on a second. Oh, come on. Okay. I don't know how I managed to lose the comments. Right, Milton? Okay. Let me start over. Let me get rid of it. All right. Let me add another one. Browser. Okay. There we go. All right. Now, let me go ahead and paste this. Okay, there it is. Now, all right, let me adjust this. Nope. I really don't know what in the world happened. Okay. Well, something went wrong. What in the world is going on here? Let me adjust this. Maybe. Okay, that's probably what it is. Let me try. Okay, hold on. All right. Let me see if that does anything. There we go. Okay. I think that is probably better. How you will rig up an automatic feeder for Milton. Maybe you can make your own dry feed. Yeah, I can do dry food. I've already got him to eat dry pork and dry beef. So I just need some kind of automatic feeder, and I'll put the pieces in there and he'll be fine. So I need to find an automatic feeder, and I'll rig it up for Milton. And then when I go away to the conference, Milton should be just fine. I also need to have automatic water. Plus, I'll leave the bathroom door open with the toilet bowl just in case he runs out of water. Yes. I think he'll be fine. I just love my Milton. I do not... Look at that. Fast asleep. He's a great cat, really. And he sleeps at night. Doesn't cause any trouble. It's a pretty nice... For a feral cat that my neighbor found roaming the street that said hissed at him and scratched him the first time he grabbed him. He's turned into a really nice pet. You're a cutie. Yes, he is. You're a cutie. What a nice kitty you are. So that's what I'm going to try to do. Okay? Sleep like that while you're gone on the meetup. He'll eat, sleep, and poop, and that's about it. That's right. Okay, we're sleeping. All right, you can rig it up. PVC pipe deer feeder and estimate how much food. I'm getting a call, but there's something wrong with the phone system. The calls are not coming through. Might work on this one. Hello. Hello. Yeah. Oh, okay. Let me come out. Okay. Oh, looks like somebody's at the door. I'll be right back. Ow, 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 ow. Milton? Okay, okay. All right. No, Milton. No, Milton. Milton. Go. Milton. Get. Go away. Bad Milton. No, bad Milton. Bad Milton. Oh my goodness. What the hell fell down now? All right. Well, it looks like today is another one of those really good days. Okay, so one of my wonderful fans has decided to give me delicious treats. You know, I always like having my cheat day, and Milton is over here to examine it. Take a look, Milton. Look at that little cat head. See, he knows what this is. That looks so good. Look at that. I had one of these steaks from one of my wonderful viewers, and it was so tasty. I thought that I was living a life of luxury. And look what else we got. Eggs. We got 3 packages of 18 eggs. And something I haven't had for a little bit now, more delicious bacon. So we got beautiful bacon. We got eggs. We got a tasty steak. And we have a very active Milton. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and put this in the refrigerator before it goes bad. That was kind of a surprise. Right, Milton? Yes, look at that. And you'll get some of this steak too, because I always share some of the raw steak always goes to my Milton. And if you look over there, you'll see that he is sitting. Oh, he looks excited. He's licking his lips too. Milton, don't step on that keyboard, please. All right. And there we go. There is Milton. You can see that little tail over there. Hopefully I don't knock the tail over. All right. So let's see here. Let me go ahead and put this in the refrigerator, and I will return. Well, that is very, very nice. My refrigerator went from almost empty to about half full in one little instant. That's amazing. And it's going to be even more when I get the rest of the goodies. So thank you so much. And I am very happy that it's one of those great days. Okay, so let me go back to the chat. I told him to shut up. Now I have to apologize to the dummy. Let me see if I can, let me try to adjust this a little bit better. I don't know why it got messed up, but let me see here. Okay, that is interesting. With 600, okay. Okay. Oh, well. Yeah. What can you do? Do the best I can. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Wow. You're a good cat daddy. Yes, I try to be. Go to a coffee date, right? At least my new neighbors know some of us are going to be quiet. Automatic deer feeder. Works off gravity of a pipe over a bowl. Empty slowly fills as Milton eats. Okay. Date with total transparency. All right. Milton can be in a movie. He has the looks. Yeah, he does. He's a great looking cat. He's very cute. He's also pretty well behaved now. Bedroom is open. The roommate is moved out. Our car runs back and forth. His claws on the carpet makes it sound like a tiny horse. Yeah. Black male cat, female cat are different in personality. I've only run around black male cat. All my cats have been male cats. The female cats don't like me. They usually are afraid of me or they attack me. So, not a good thing. I've always had better success with the tomcats. Those are the ones that they like living here. He's really a great cat. Other than a couple times when he went totally wild, he's a really nice cat. Okay, if you're nice to him, and some just don't appreciate that. Okay, strict kosher at her house, but not at restaurants. What would I eat at her house? Gets lots of eggs, butter, and kosher chicken, fish, and brisket. Yeah. It is possible to be carnivore and kosher. Have a black female cat raised since she was 2 weeks old. Okay. Could be worse. She could be vegan or vegetarian. Well, if she's kosher, that means that they're Jewish, which means they're used to people that talk a lot like you, so you might get along really well. Let the conversation revolve around food at the time. No woman on this planet deserves T-bone Titan, in my opinion. Okay. Except me. There you go. She's on a raw meat diet, too. Talking about the cat or the coffee date? Now is a good time for me to get more coffee. Yes. You're going to wear your T-bone Titan costume. All right. Whatever she eats is kind and caring. That's important also. Yes, it is. You putty in his hands. Yes. Rick, do you have a neighbor who would check up on him? Well, my neighbors, they usually go away at that time of the year, and I don't want anybody opening the door, letting Milton run out, and then have to chase him down. I'd rather just keep him in the house safe and sound. Keep the blinds up on the front of the house, keep them down in the back of the house, let him roam the house and shop, and he'll keep busy. There's always something in there that he can chase after, which will be good. There's no iguanas here, thanks to me. All right, so let's say that. Hope your date will be very sweet and kind. Yes, seems nice. But we've just been texting so far. Okay, surprise package. Yes, it was better than Ed McMahon. Okay. And Amy says, Rick, I wish I could eat as much as you and not gain. I've had to back off the fat in portions a little. I could eat 5 times what I'm eating now. The thing is, I do a lot of physical work, and I think that may be the missing part. Plus, I've been carnivore for so long, my body kind of expects getting a lot of food. If I was to cut back on the food and sort of starve myself and then try to eat a lot, I probably would gain weight. And I did gain fat when I was taking care of my mother due to stress. But it went away very quickly after Mom died. So my boyfriend is thinking about going carnivore. That's good. Can't believe you eat 10 eggs a day. I'm mostly jealous, Amy. Oh, that would be great. I eat about 3 eggs a day, 3 to 4 eggs, and that's about it. Although I crave the duck eggs. I'm going to go back. Now that I have eggs, I may not check the duck nest. I may just check the nest anyway, take a few of the eggs, so we don't have too many ducklings that are going to get run over. Come right up and say hi to you, but I'm a no-name. Okay. Just look up homemade automatic deer feeder. Same Milton, 2-inch PVC pipe. Practice the distance of the pipe. Yeah, that's true. Russ gave you a computer. That's great. Yes, he did. That's the one I'm using right now. She did tell me that since she's a naturopath and is eating sugar and gluten-free and dark berries, she does eat meat. Okay. I ate 11 eggs one day this week. Yeah. I used to eat a dozen eggs a day every way. And then, here it is, from John Beatty Art. Enjoy, Rick. So, he's the one that sent me the delicious meats, eggs, and bacon. And he always picks that thick bacon, which I absolutely love. That is a highlight of breakfast. Thank you so much. And I'll be glad. I think I'll be seeing you at the conference or Tampa or whatever. I know you're in the area, but it'll be very interesting. We can meet in person. I'm very happy about that. So thank you again. That's great, Peter, that she's interested in healthy eating. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Yay, Rick. There we go. Have issues with eggs, but I do eat 2 a day. I'd eat a dozen easy if I could. Yes. Aren't you having coffee with her this weekend? Yeah, tomorrow. It will go well, only coffee. Does Milton scratch the furniture? Does Milton mark spring? No, he doesn't. Thankfully, that's the main reason I want to get him fixed so he doesn't start wetting all over. But he does not scratch the furniture. He likes to scratch the wooden door frame in the hallway, which has termites anyway. And he also likes to scratch the shag rug, which is the main reason I haven't thrown it away. Even though that shag rug is almost 60 years old, Milton definitely likes to claw it. So that's good. All right. What kind of steak is it? Well, it looks like a ribeye steak. Looks like an Angus ribeye. It's absolutely delectable. That was like the one he gave me the last time. I waited until the perfect day, which I think was on a Sunday, and it was absolutely delicious. That was only like the second ribeye I had all year. So it was really, really good. I saw the guy getting lost. You lost your chat, so I couldn't post anything. Okay. Seems she hit a wall when she hit menopause. Had some health issues she's trying to solve. Well, maybe you'll get yourself a carnivore convert. Who knows? If you can get a girlfriend that eats like you do, I think it'll be a lot more successful than one that fights you and tries to get you in the duck food. Wait until Monday. Inquiring minds can't wait. Well, that's it. Sounds it went well. He'll know tomorrow morning. Awesome, you'll be eating good. Date is tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. at a local diner for coffee breakfast. Yes. You know, the old diner here is still there. It's been there since the 90s, although it has no sign on it. But I saw people going in there. I'm going to have to ride my bike over there one day and show you what it looks like. They used to have a neon sign on it, but they took it out. I don't know what they're doing with it now, but the lights were on. They haven't demolished it yet. It's over there by the movie theater, which is pretty much abandoned. Date is tomorrow morning, right? Seeing a homeopath. Peter solved many issues along with carnivore. Yes, menopause is no joke, even for a woman who is eating clean. Yeah. Oh, I won't be here in person. Excuse me until tomorrow. That's good. Oh, tomorrow. Got it? Yes. From what I hear, carnivore helps menopausal stuff. There you go. If she does seem super nice, for sure, if there's any physical attraction, chemistry, you know. That's kind of important. Yes, it is. Somebody's back to Olivia Newton-John, right? Didn't those guys in the gym turn out to be gay or something at the end? She was trying to attract them. They ended up going home with each other. I think that's what it was. It's been a while since I saw that video. Jury is still on about it. Feel 1G better with menopause on carnivore. Wow. They got you the $11.99 VIP package. Yes. Let's see. It's a big chuck roast. There we go. All right. Well, there we are. Relationship needs to start with sex. Well, if that was the case, then I would have no relationships because I don't have any. I never have and never will. Too early for you. Give it time. Yes, physical attraction is important too. Yes, it is. Right, Lori? Maybe after 6 months. Maybe the text size is too large. Yeah, could be. I don't know what it was. Milton stepped on the keyboard and somehow he destroyed the browser add-on. But that's okay. I put it back. No problem. I've got to play around with these settings again. This is a different computer than I normally use, so that's okay. Even 9 months to a year, my improvements seem to hit at 3 months. Okay, 6 months and a year. Yeah. Amy, you look great. Yes, she does. Not only does she look great, but she's got a lot of enthusiasm. And if you're not watching her channel, please do. Any channel that interviews me is a quality channel. So that's it. Okay. Cats are already too small, so I like males. Yeah, the male cats tend to be bigger. Except for those Maine Coon cats, they get pretty big. I always thought it'd be nice to breed a house cat the same size as a bobcat, and then that way, the next time the neighbor's dog tried to take on your cat, Kitty could stand up for himself, and they'd be nice, and they'd have fun together, playing with the cute little kitty. Sweet personality. I need to change my cell. Yikes! This little. You need to charge your cell. Yes, plug that in. Thanks so much, Juju. Had to eat more meat when I got home from the barbecue as the meat had no fat at all. I didn't take part of it. I fried some bacon. That's always important. Rick looks like Men in Black with those glasses. Yeah, right? Just got to get the black suit and the white shirt. Very generous of you, John. Yes, and this is not the first time. He's done this before a couple of times, so that's really awesome. I'm really happy that, people do take that. I'm looking forward to the day when I have extra money and I can start sending gifts to my carnivore friends that are here. I'll find stuff. At the very least, some of you that like old stuff, I keep my eyes open. I got a couple of people here that, one of them wanted a particular type of blender, which I have my eyes on. And as soon as I find it, usually when I find something, it's in the trash. So I'll have to fix it up, but that's no problem. I'll do a restore. Someone wants an Oster. They want one of those old Oster blenders, and I have part of one that's broken. I find another one, I'll combine the two. I'll give it a paint job, put it in a box, and send it to you. In fact, I had this cardboard printer thing, which I have in my storage. If it still works, I may even print you an original Oster box. Get a regular box, print it with the old Oster, because I have pictures of the old box, and just send it to you like a gift. I don't know what a carnivore would do with a blender, but I think that he had mentioned that they do some of the Chris Cooking Nashville recipes. So I keep my eyes open. So all of you that are nice and you've been sending me all kinds of good stuff, don't be surprised if one day I return the favor. It's only a matter of time. I move out of here. I'm not paying all my wages and property taxes. I'll have the money from this house. Plus, wherever I live, I might be in some business that makes money then. I won't have to compete in a place where nobody speaks English. I'm very good at selling products and manufacturing things. I may actually be very successful if I live long enough. If I don't have the heart attack first, don't be surprised if I end up sort of like the carnivore version of Colonel Sanders, getting wealthy in his old age, which will be good because I've been poor most of my life. And I do believe that things do change. So, plus the economy is getting ready to fall apart. And once the Fed loses control of the monetary system, all these parasites that make money in crypto and real estate and all this crap are going to be wiped out. And what's going to be left? Gold, silver, energy, food. That's where the money's going to be. All these farmers that have been wiped out by the endless debt, some of them will start getting money. Some of these younger people that are doing the permaculture and the homesteading and all that, they may be getting more money. So it's only a matter of time. And my recommendation, which is pretty simple, is just to hang in there. When this system collapses, it may be rough for a while, but I think for a lot of us, it's actually going to be very good. That's my belief anyway. I could be wrong. I usually am, but usually long term, I'm right. Yep, it is awesome. Won't be at Hack Your Helpless. Someday we will meet. Yes. Maybe when I start doing some road trips, I have a reliable truck. I have friends all around the country I need to meet, starting in Central Florida, North Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Missouri, Nebraska, Iowa, Indiana, Ohio. I got friends all over the place. So I'll either do the truck tour, or I may even get the old school bus out of storage, the one that's powered by wood, get that thing running again, fire it up, and go on a long-term trip. That thing hasn't been on the road in 20-something years, but you know what? It would make an interesting trip. It's an old Bluebird school bus with a Ford engine, had a wood gas generator attached to the back of it, and I was going around picking up pallets and dry wood and everything, and that's how it ran. It ran on wood. It was pretty fun. I had videos on that years ago, but YouTube deleted them when they deleted my other channel. On the backups, who knows if those tapes are any good. But if I can ever find a way to play those tapes, I don't even know where I put them. They're here somewhere. I had them out. I showed them in a video. I put them away again. I don't know. But if I could do that, you'd get a kick out of my old truck that ran on wood and my old bus, which I still have, that ran on wood. Very handy. Yes, it was nice of him. It's a nice surprise. Time to cook my breakfast. Eggs. My 12-year-old son makes the eggs. Excellent. Excellent. It's a big chuck roast. Nice. Yep. Looked like a chuck roast to me. That is correct. Nice. It's slow roasted. I don't boil. No, I don't boil the chuck roast. Don't worry. I have special way that I can cook it. Usually what I'll do with a chuck roast, it's either going to be cooked in a cast iron pan with extra beef tallow, or it's going to be roasted in the little gas-powered mini oven that I have, which is really handy. I'll put it outside and I'll roast it. And the beauty of it is it has this little tray that you put the meat in and you can rotate it. So the fire never touches the meat. It's just heat. It's very delicious. Oh, that's great. I used to buy chuck rolls years ago for $1.99 a pound. Huge thing. I would spend $150, $200 on this thing. Walk out of the store with a gigantic meat. I used to either get it from Gordon Foods or sometimes I could even get it from the Winn-Dixie. They say, what do you have? Oh, the Fresco y Mas does it as well. When they have a sale, they get a big piece of meat. Then they have it wrapped in plastic. And then normally what you do, you go there, you select it, then the butcher will cut it for you. Well, I don't do that. I just buy it because I don't want to wait in line. And why am I going to tell them to do something I can do myself even better? And then I can select small strips. I can select steaks. I can make big chunks. I can cut it any way that I want. I can cut it around, save all the fat that's on it. And at the other wholesaler, the Jatco or whatever it's called, sometimes they would have the whole cut with the fat and everything. Super cheap. It was cheaper because normally they throw the fat away. So I'd buy this giant chuck roll, bring it home. I'd have my big cooler in there. I had one that was so big it wouldn't even fit in my biggest cooler. I have to go all the way up close to North Miami. And then you have to sit in traffic sometimes 45 minutes just to get back here. So I'd put it in the big cooler and drive home with it. And as soon as I got home, stuff it in the refrigerator and then start the cutting process. Very delicious. But yes, John knows what I like, and I'm glad. I'll be glad when we get to meet sometime. Having chuck roast too in the slow cooker. That's another way of doing it. I live off chuck steak, yes. Butter is not making my pants fall off. My pants are so tight right now. Well, Amy, you got to remember also that you have had issues with your weight in the past, and you've also done that starving, fasting or whatever they call it, to try to lose weight. You've trained your body to think that food can be scarce. On the other hand, I've always been stuff your face with as much food as you want and so on. I can eat as much as I want and never gain a pound. Now, if I was starving for a while, I'm sure it would mess up my metabolism, and then I'd be in the same problem. That's why I keep trying. Even if I have to eat dumpster meat, I will eat the dumpster meat. And if I'm really desperate, I'll eat the plant material. I just have to keep my system filled up 3 times a day. That for me, that works perfectly. Steady energy, everything is working just right. But people get overweight. It's like that show Biggest Loser. How many people were on Biggest Loser and they gained back all the weight and more? After all that work and all that struggle and all that suffering and throwing up and all that. And what did they end up doing? Ended up gaining all the weight back. But Amy's smart. You'll figure it out. I know. I know that success is the only option for you. And you will succeed. Chuck steak is good in a slow cooker. Yes, it is. It's good in the cast iron pan as well. Okay. Got a lot of good cooking tips here. And we've got 40 people. I've still got quite a few people here. Yep. I don't know what a chuck roast is. Seems like we call cuts of meat different things. It all depends on what part of the cow you take it from. But yeah, Canadians will be different. A lot of other, it's like they call it Spanish picanha. That's sirloin cap or whatever it's normally called. They come up with these names. She watched carnivore channels. I think Jason Statham is hot. I think I've seen that name before. Let me think. I'll have to look that up. Let's see. All right. Okay. Yeah, I know I've seen this guy before. So you're talking about someone that lost their hair. And he's about a year older than me. July 26th, almost a year older, because I'm June. I'm June 68. Okay. See? So everybody has their different tastes. Some kind of movie star or something. I know I've heard that name somewhere. But that's kind of interesting. All right, so let's see. Yep, same. You have stress, surgery, coaching, school, husband, eats the last piece of chicken. It will all settle soon. Yes. Okay. Honorary female fan club. All right. Last piece of chicken eating. I forgot about that. Yep. I just remembered that as well. Yeah. Got to watch that heart attack chicken. It's very addictive. Yeah. Eating all of the heart attack chicken. That's right. Carnivore community is a third date thing. Yeah. We're in the carnivore community. Don't tell them that you're associated with Rick, because the women will be like, oh no, that's what you're going to be like when you're carnivore for many years? I don't want that. I don't want somebody that looks like Lurch and has the sex drive of a coral rock. Tom Jones. It's not unusual to be a quack. That would be fitting, Rick. Yes. I told her keto carnivore. She said she was familiar with keto, but not carnivore. Uh-oh. I still love Tom Jones. I think he's still alive, too. You can educate her about me. Yes. I am grateful I have no debt. You and I, no debt. Cry to me. Yep. I remember that stuff. That's the sad thing. Eventually, I guess. I thought Tom Jones was too sexualized and didn't like it. Yep. I don't think he wears those tight pants anymore. Okay. Is this your friend with the issues? That was the person who called earlier and called back. But then we got a nice treat from John, some goodies. Let's see, try her out first. Test drive, there you go. Tom Jones, I liked him too as a young teen. Yes, he was nasty, but was our generation's Elvis in the hip swirling way. Yes. Maybe that's why the women liked him. I don't know. Carnivore thing does make it hard to be optimistic when dating. Yes. Try her out. There you go. Thank you for not boiling the beef. I don't boil beef, let me tell you. I do not boil beef because it does not taste good. I boil pork, not beef, because pork tastes better boiled. I'm just telling you. I know people love their barbecued pork chops, but when it's fatty pork is boiled, it's actually very succulent. I love it. I got some pork in the refrigerator right now, but I think I also have some heart attack chicken. Yeah, I have some heart attack chicken. I got to cook that up, and then I will boil the pork. Okay, you know what I mean. Yes. All right. Is that like taking a test drive of a car? There you go. I'm not that kind of guy. Well, that's it. We all know what you mean. In the back seat. Just roasted on the V8 engine. Well, I've done that too. I've done several choke roasts on my Charger and on my 7.3 diesel. Well, I take the diesel apart. I'm going to see if there's any meat residue hidden up on the intake manifold. You can't even get chicken feet for $1.90 a pound. Well, I can get chicken for 78 or 88 cents a pound pretty easily, because that's what it usually is. I wouldn't let a guy try me out on the first date. Nope. And that's the other reason why you want to get the girlfriend that looks like Dr. Sean Baker with a blonde wig. You don't have to worry, because you won't be able to try her out. She'll crush you like a little bug, and that's it. Okay. I'm so glad you aren't that type of man. Well, there you are. So we're getting dating advice here. Have a nice day. Eat meat and then repeat. Well, Brian, glad you were here. Enjoy your day. Sun is out here. I'm sure it's good there. Go for it. He's not 20. He has more sophistication than that. Yes, that is correct. He used to brag about getting chuck roast with a huge chuck eye in it for $4 a pound. But not on sale, it's $9. Yeah, exactly. Always made a guy wait a year. Yep. That's why my husband still likes me. He brings the story up now and then. Well, that's it. If they're easy, you know that they've been with everybody else. You're kind and caring to women. Hope you find one that appreciates you. Yes. If you stick to carnivore, you should keep losing weight. I'm not giving cooking tips. I'm giving dating tips. Any bachelor in our groups may become fodder of the cougars here. Well, that is true. But again, some of them like the cougars. Cougars know what they want. And they don't beat around the bush. That's a good thing. Yep. I hope so. $9.90 a pound. Yeah, exactly. That is ridiculous. I have one every 2 weeks because I love them. Well, that's good. And if there's a chuck eye in the roast big enough, it's still a discount for buying ribeye. I saw ribeye at $21 a pound at my grocery store. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I managed to score a bone in New York, but with absolutely every bit of the fillet removed for $8.99 a pound. Okay. Interesting. Just the bone? Well, it looks like we have caught up, as I always do. I never miss any of the chats, at least that I can see. If I missed one, I did miss one. Great surprise. Yes, it was a great surprise. I really appreciate it. It's very encouraging. Puts me in a much better mood. Helps me wake up and smell steak. I'm going to be cooking that. It's going to be delectable. The roast. Highest STD rate is in the villages, as my NP friend told me. Interesting must be going on. Yeah, and a lot of these people, they were from the hippie generation, so they're kind of used to mating freely, the whole free love thing. I think the people from the younger generation now, they're not going to be the same way. So that's it. That's probably what it is. So there won't be too many STDs in the future. In fact, if the young people avoid mating as much as they have been, we may eliminate STDs altogether. The people that have them will simply die off and they go away. So that might be a good thing. You know what they say, if you don't mate, you won't get it. You're not going to get the clap if you keep yourself out of the trap. All right, so Mr. Milton wants to end the live stream and have you all to himself. Well, the thing is, even when I do end the live stream to have my lunch, guess what? I'm going to be live at 4. And who am I going to be live with? Well, we all know. It's going to be one of the up-and-coming carnivore YouTube stars, Thomas Target Prime Rib, who has interviewed several people as well. And I think he's going to be the first one to interview Carrie Mann's wife, I think on New Year's. So if she does go through with it, that's going to be very interesting. That will cause his channel to probably double in the subscribers overnight. So that's good. And, although I tend to be a little critical of the Healing Humanity community, I actually think Carrie and his family are really good people, and I look forward to meeting them. I think that they're sincere about what they do. I don't think they're trying to take advantage of everybody. I think just the Healing Humanity thing sort of took a life of its own, but I really do think that they're good people, and especially Jen. She seems to be very, very empathetic, and she participates in the chat just like Carrie does. So if Thomas is going to be interviewing her, I will be watching that. I will be commenting, and I will be very glad if it helps his channel grow. Like an enlightened person would. Okay. That free love hippie thing was Weimar Republic 2.0, and we're dealing with the consequences of it. Lots of debt and a lot of problems. And Amy admits that she is a fake redhead, and I don't care. I like it, and so does your husband. So to me, that's a winning combination. And besides, the only real redheads I know are not female, they're male. I got 2 male friends that are redheads. I don't think anybody wants to date them. So I've never seen a real redheaded woman. Oh, actually, I did. there was this gal named Susan, and she was like, you talk about tough girl. She had a nursery. She had arms like Popeye, and all the guys were afraid of her. But I had a friend that liked redheads. And I'm like, hey, I can get you a redhead. She wants a date. Nope, that didn't work for him. So I think they'd rather be with the fake redhead than the real redhead. That could probably, give this to you. All right, so again, we've caught up with the comments. Let's see, I don't hide it from anyone. It's not my real color. Well, there you go. It's been admitted on the internet, so we all know about it. Now, let's see what's going on here. Just a couple things I want to talk about. Excuse me. I'm not tired. It's just an effect of sitting too long. When I move around a lot, it doesn't happen. But when I don't move, I think my body says, hey, it's time for a nap. All right. There we go. Okay, let me get rid of the stupid ad on this thing. There it is. Okay, so close that. And we'll close that. And we have, it looks like 36 people. That's pretty good. It's going to be almost 4 hours. I think we'll wrap that up, which means, let me get my other prop that I always use. All right, where is it? Here it is. What is the other prop that I like to use? This one. You know what this is. Us old timers. So what do we have to do to make this work? We got to find a quarter. Now, where's the quarter? Oh, boy. The quarter has gotten lost. Milton probably played with it. Let me see if I can locate the quarter. Saw it on the floor. Oh, here it is. So, sit on the parking meter. Not only does Rick's live stream have old phones and old microphones and everything, but it also has a parking meter. So, you don't want to get a ticket. So we just put it in the old parking meter and tickety tick. There it goes. So when the live stream's getting ready to end, just put it over here. Just like when you're cooking with one of those old-fashioned timers. When it pops up, your meal is done, and that's it. All right, so let's get back to these great comments. We have the best people here, so we have the best comments. I will have to verify. I guess we're talking about the red hair. And I guess we're back to the joke about the carpet matching the drapes. So that is probably something you don't want to check. Yep, I got something in my nose here. I hope it's not a flea from Milton. Milton has not had any fleas, so that's good. If he would have had fleas, I would have known that because he's been sleeping in my room for several days. And that's my mom was. That's why I have a blonde red hair combo. Okay. And Main Runner is here. Hello. Hello, Rick and everyone. Hi. Here's a question. Do you think hair can really go back to its original color? I think mine is much, much less gray now. Almost all brown again. Well, take a look at Mitch. Look at Mitch's hair. What little he has darkened. And my friend that was an ex-vegan who's younger than me by almost 10 years, he had more gray hair than I ever did. Well, anybody has more gray hair than me. And all of his gray hair has gone away except the beard hair, that stayed gray. But all the hair on his head has come back. And not only that, he's grown more hair on the rest of his body, which his girlfriend doesn't like, but he says is tough. The hair on his arms grew back, underarms got real thick. It was pretty much had fallen out. But I do believe that the carnivore diet can cause some hair to grow back, and it can also cause hair to darken. It doesn't happen to everybody, and I think the older you are, the less an effect you have. Now, my theory is, and this is something I've heard many times, you go through 3 aging cycles. Obviously, you go through your puberty and growing up, but sometime after 40, you have your first aging cycle. That's usually where people start putting on weight. They start getting aches and pains and all that. Then when you get to 60, you have another. It's like when you see the presidents. He's like Jimmy Carter or something. They hit 60, bam, they start looking really, really old. And then sometime between 70 and 80, your body just starts to lose all of its muscle mass. It just starts falling off. Even though people do typically lose muscle mass over time, that 70 to 80 range, and it never comes back. So that is something to think about. But the same thing happens with your hair. Now, my dad had dark hair until his 70s, and he started getting more gray hair. My mother, she colored her hair, but I don't really know how much gray she actually had, but she started getting gray in her 50s. And that's it. So, you know. And, of course, our famous celebrity that no one can reach is Kerry Mann. He said he had a patch of gray, and I did look at his videos, and he did have it looked like a little patch on his head, and it went away. And I don't think he's coloring his hair. He doesn't look like he's coloring his hair. I think it actually did go away. So we can see this in real time. I do believe that it is a thing. Now, I'm not saying that everybody's going to reverse their gray hair, but I do think that it will be reduced. Also, even if it just stops the progression, like my friend that had gray hair that's ex-vegan, he's in his 40s, it stopped, it reversed. He'll get gray hair eventually, but it may be in his 50s or 60s. But then again, who cares about gray hair? You could look at somebody like Dr. Sean O'Mara. He's got a bunch of gray hair, but nobody's going to say that he's unattractive because he's lean, he's built nice, and it's just the gray hair is not that big of a deal. But yes, it can. I think it can reverse. All right, so let's hit some more of these awesome questions. They're coming in fast. You have 2 minutes to reach minimum safe distance. Okay. It's from some movie which I haven't seen, but had a few natural redheads in my high school. Well, that's because you didn't go to Miami. Miami, everybody has black hair. That seems to be the thing. They're either Cubans, Haitians, Jamaicans. So usually if you have dark skin, you're going to have black hair. And although I have seen albinos from Africa, they are quite interesting. You look at them, they have a wide nose, they have the features of an African, but they're white-skinned and blonde hair. And I'm like, what happened? Did somebody fall into a peroxide tank? But no, it's just a genetic thing. And then the funny thing is, what really gets me, I knew a guy that was one of those African albinos. He said that he got discriminated against a lot. I said, oh, I know white people can be, no, by black people. Like, what? Their own race discriminate somebody who is albino. And I thought that was just really wrong. In fact, one of the channels I subscribe to is like that. There's a guy that's, well, actually, technically, even Adam that hangs out with Kerry, he's got some of that in him too. So sometimes they look down on the lighter-skinned Africans, and then some of them look down on the darker skin. It's kind of silly. But really, it's just a genetic thing. I don't think the diet has anything to do with it. I don't think it's going to reverse albinism with a carnivore diet. But, interesting. Art Power, yes. Good morning, Quackers. Good morning, Jeff. Good to see you again. And I know some people's hair getting darker. Yeah, exactly. Have a great day, everyone. Great day, Lori. Great chatting with you all this morning. Thank you. And if you happen to be around, check out at 4 o'clock when I join Thomas on his live stream. I've heard of it happening, so we're talking about the hair. That's good. Yep. I don't think it gets completely reversed, but some color comes back. Yes. I have a little bit of gray hair. It's all gone now, except in my beard. That seems to be the part here. Now, mine, there might be 1 or 2 gray hairs, but not a lot. But most of my friends, they tend to get it like in this little patch right here. They get a gray. And I think it's kind of interesting looking because now my friend that's been the long-term carnivore, he's blonde, so you can't really tell. He's grown facial hair from time to time. And it doesn't look any different. He tells me there's gray in there. I can't see it. But he's definitely, if you're blonde, I think you can get away with it. Or you go prematurely gray like that news guy. What was his name? I'm trying to remember. I think he's a fruity guy too. Anderson Cooper, I think it is. Yeah, that's the one. Anderson Cooper. He's been gray since his 20s. And nobody cares about that. If you're healthy otherwise, the gray doesn't bother you. In fact, I think in some cases, it'll make you look smarter and wiser. If you see, let's say you see a guy that's built real good and he's got gray hair, you look at that and you have respect for somebody like that. Now, if it's somebody with the gut hanging out and they can't even see their private parts, then you know that that person is probably a slob and is not somebody that you have any respect for. But when you see older people with gray hair, they're either lean or muscular, you tend to have respect for those people. At least I do. Because you think this person's been around a long time and they're still healthy. That's really good. You go, Amy. You go, Amy. That's what matters, that you like it. Yes. They start looking like the Crypt Keeper. Well, that sounds like the typical vegan. Have a great day. Have an awesome day. Let's see. Wow. Ooh. Okay. All right. My cousin's husband who dyes his hair thought I took his advice. Yeah, dyed it like he does. He never did encourage me to do that. That's right. I do have some gray hairs, have internal bleeding for years until I have surgery. Maybe once I've had my surgeries, then I'll get really well. That's probably true. Silver fox, that's what a lot of people call them. Everybody, I mean, you have to be a really strange person not to respect somebody that looks like that. Even me. You see the guys and gals with gray hair that are in good shape. I have a lot of respect. It's like, wow, I'm impressed. I really am impressed. You see somebody with normal, dark, or whatever their hair color is, they're 40s, maybe 50s max. But when you see somebody with gray hair that looks like that, I get a lot of respect. And the other thing, too, is I've always had friends that were older, even when I was a teenager. So senior citizens that have the right attitude and do the right things, they're an asset. Retired or working or whatever, they're an asset. These are the people that we used to go to for advice. We used to go to them when we had problems we couldn't solve. And it was really good to have them available. Then they got this whole obsession with being youthful all the time. And you see people getting their lips pumped up and their hair transplants and all this other stuff. And it looks ridiculous. Everybody that I've seen that's had plastic surgery or hair surgery, they look weird. Now, if you do it when you're younger, you can get away with it. But if you're a 70-year-old getting a hair transplant and coloring your hair and pumping up your lips, that's just like a clown. You can't do that. You don't want people to think you're younger when you're older because they're just going to be disappointed. You may have a nice face and nice hair, and then if they see the rest of your body, they go, ugh, that's terrible. It's better off to be real about who you are. And that way you can have better friendships. And if you do the relationship thing, that's fine. If you're an older lady, you don't want to have some 20-something guy unless he's looking for money. That's not going to work. These younger people are generally not mature enough to stimulate the interest of older people. So you're much better off finding someone close to your age, someone who thinks like you do, and you're going to be a lot happier, honestly. Who wants to be around someone that's like half your age or worse? I don't know. Yeah, for friends it's okay, but for relationship, no. No, that just doesn't make sense. That is funny, yes. Black albino in our high school, he got pretty popular. Okay. He wasn't attractive, had a great personality, and really stood out in our yearbook pictures. He was also, his afro was yellow. Yes, that's right. And it's funny, they still have the afro, but it's that blondish, yellowish color. It's pretty funny. I'm sure he's jealous. His dyed hair makes him look like an unemployed actor. I like my silver gray hair and beard. Yes, the picture of me on my website is only touched up a little. Some blemishes. Well, that's good. See, you have to like what you are if you want to be happy. And there's nothing wrong with having gray hair. It should be desirable because you say, look, if a person lived that long and didn't die, there must be something going on here. So, and there was a time when being gray-haired was considered a good thing. And I think that time will return once the current upside-down system burns itself out. I think people, especially now, we have people that are older than ever, and if they're not going to have any kids, it's going to be a while before the population rebuilds. We may have a lot of older people. We may have people in their 60s and 70s that are still going to have to be doing productive things. And the beauty of it is if automation and AI does become as important as it is, physical strength and ability will no longer be an issue. So you could be a 70-something-year-old running an AI factory and do just better than a person who's younger. Somebody who's younger, who's still trying to figure things out, may have problems when something unexpected happens. So it's very important for everybody that's, over 50 to take care of themselves through proper diet, activity, and trying to do different things to keep your body in some kind of shape. Don't become a vegetable and then end up being in the nursing home. Because I got bad news for you. If you end up in the nursing home, it's going to be hard to get care unless you're rich. There's just not going to be that many people around to do it. You'd be better off in the heart attack diet and get it over with. All right. I think Thomas will have a good audience for you, Rick. Well, John, I think you are correct. I do believe that as well. My siblings accuse me of coloring my hair. They cannot comprehend. It's just reversed by solid pebble. Well, there you are. See? Another example. We have more people chiming in here saying that's really good. Okay. Finally in bed. Yes. Great. And Terry Sue says, my mom is 85. Not carnivore. Not gray hair. So I don't think the diet has much to do with it personally. You may be right. But the thing is, for some people, I think their body works a little differently. The carnivore diet helps. I think for other people, it just doesn't. My dad was skeptical about darkening hair and said it was a different haircut. Well, you're darkening hair. What does he know? Yes. And we have a hello. Anderson Cooper. Yes, that is the one. He is a Vanderbilt. Yeah, isn't he Gloria Vanderbilt's son? The only thing I remember about Gloria Vanderbilt was the jeans that had a swan on it. And I used to laugh because I thought, oh, I wonder what swan is like when it's cooked. Gloria Vanderbilt. They had Jordache jeans. And what was the other one they had? I don't know. Back in the 80s, that was a big deal. Sassoon. Ooh la la, Sassoon. Remember that silly thing? Anderson Cooper looks like a cadaver. Oh, okay. I wonder what he looks like now. I guess maybe he got AIDS or something. Oh, let's see. How are you doing? My old carnivore doctor was a silver fox. Old in the sense he's left the clinic I go to. What do dads know? Katie Griffin is really his trans brother. Okay. Convention guy played the most interesting man alive. And we were on the elevator. He was really a nice, attractive man in his mid-80s. Shorter than expected, but most are. Yes. Brother has aged so much because he eats a vegetarian diet. He's not the same in personality since he's gone vegetarian. That will take you down. How much adrenochrome did from Epstein Island did he suck down, huh? Good question. Must have been quite a bit. I guess you're talking about Anderson Cooper. Okay. That's why Mitch doesn't want to hear anything from us. All right. We are younger than him and we can't teach him. A man of few words. Thomas is interviewing Juliet and then another live with Rick all this afternoon. It looks like it. When is Thomas interviewing Juliet? I don't want to interfere with that live stream. But anyway, the meter is ticking away. So once the meter pops up, it's going to be time for Rick's live stream to end. Multifactorial. I'm not eating 10 eggs a day. I had to cut back because of the weight gain. Yes. And Matthew is here. Hello. Quack. Yes. If any of you like a little Bible-based encouragement, check out Matthew's channel, The Cornerstone. I haven't been checking it out because I've been so busy, but again, check him out. He's a carnivore as well. Good shape, happy, Good family guy. Check him out. Gloria Vanderbilt jeans. Yes, I'm done with Microsoft. Done. Yes, I hope you have a great week. Speaking of that, I guess at the end of the day, he's still a boomer. Well, you're talking about Mitch? Creatine and collagen supplements. Ever tried? I've tried creatine, but I've never done the collagen supplements. I know my dad tried those. Hello, Matthew at the Cornerstone. Yes, Ellen remembers you. I am interviewing Thomas at 5 today. So that means my live stream has to be a short one because, we'll limit it to an hour. I guess Thomas figures that I spent all my time blabbing away on my live stream. And Matthew has been over 2 years carnivore. Yes, over 2 years carnivore. And check him out. See what he looks like. See his attitude. Got a great attitude. And this is why for a lot of people, a little bit of Bible study and a lot of belief can really go a long way. People get lost, they get frustrated, they get depressed, and they may have to go to pharmaceuticals to fix that. But for some people, a little good old-fashioned spiritual information does the trick. And I know that I'll offend some people that don't believe in God, they're atheists or agnostic, whatever. That's fine. But for some people, it really works. So again, you want some encouragement and you tend to have some faith, check out his channel. Why not? What have you got to lose? You either like it or you don't. He's already been interviewed. Yeah, I know. I remember that. Offspring of the dumbest generation. Well, no, it's not the dumbest. There's some pretty dumb people in every generation. What time are you at Coach Juliet Eden's? Oh, you've never met Matthew before, saying hello now. Well, okay. But for a while, he was kind of rising in the carnivore community, and then he switched from just the carnivore videos to the religious videos, and I think that's when it kind of leveled off. So, but he's still carnivore, and I think at one time he was plant-based. Yeah, he was plant-based. He's carnivore, so that's really good. Really good. Okay. Doing 50 grams of creatine a day. Wow. 50 grams. Crazy results. Mentally, much more focused. I'm going to have to try that again. I used to take the creatine about 25 years ago. Remember when Mark McGuire was playing baseball and they were pushing that? And my friend that now is, he's been carnivore for 25 years. He was taking it. Of course, he was also using steroids, but I tried some steroids in the past. It did not work for me. It turned me into a bit of a strange person. I got really weird. I said, nope. Not, injecting myself was not something I wanted to do anyway. That was back when I was still self-conscious about being skinny. I had just come off the plant-based diet. I was super frustrated. But now I don't care anymore. Skinny, muscular, whatever, it's all the same. I can do whatever I need to do. Nothing holds me back. But definitely. And same thing with Mitch and the leucine. It's another thing I'm thinking about. I get some extra money, I'll do that. Creatine monohydrate is pretty cheap, so I may do that as well. The problem is that a lot of these creatine powders, they come with these disgusting flavorings. I'm waiting to see either a pure creatine or a steak flavored. If they had ribeye flavored creatine, I would take that all the time. But they always have some stupid vanilla or other crap in there, whatever. And Rick is on Thomas' show at 4, which is 3 p.m. my time. Hello from Matthew. There we go. I am not a supplement person. I wonder how much is placebo. Well, let me tell you from what I've seen. Creatine is just a derivative of meat, and I've seen several people use it, and they've all gotten results. And now Matthew says that he's getting results. And if you want to look at him, check out his video. See what he looks like. He looks pretty good to me. He definitely is in good shape. And he's happy, too. And that's also important. What good is it to be in good shape if you're not happy? But he's happy. He laughs a lot, and he has a little mannerism about him. And once you've seen his channel, then you'll probably like it. That's why I said give it a shot. You got nothing to lose. A few minutes? Yeah, why not? So anyway, okay, so we've reached the end of the comments. The meter is still ticking, so I still have some time before the meter maid comes. once this pops up, then we'll have to watch out for the meter maid. You know, I'll just keep an iguana handy. That way, if the meter maid tries to write me a ticket, I'll pull out the iguana and she'll get back in her little three-wheeled car and drive away. For some reason, I can't get this to stay here. Oh, well. There we go. So anyway, I hope everybody's been having a really good week. And how many people do we have? We have 36, I think it is. Let me just double check here. Yep, we have 36 watching. And I'm sorry that the phone seems to have been broken. I don't know, the OB Talk device that I use lost the IP address. I may have to take it out and tinker around with it. But it's just one of those things. Let me go back here. The comments are coming in here. All right, let's see. I'm Central Time, but always post in Eastern Time. We are looking on 5 Eastern. Does that interfere with your live? Nope. My live's going to be over very, very soon. So far, 4 p.m. for me. I'm Central also because I want to watch your life with Rick. Oh, there you go. A lot of women have hair loss using creatine. Well, that's good to know. So if you are female, you might want to avoid or at least limit the dose of creatine. Keep an eye on your hair. Is yours at 3 Central then? Okay. What is your channel? The Cornerstone is all jammed with so many. Let me see if I can find his channel for you. I don't care if others use supplements. My head is confused with numbers. And Gary's here. Been listening in and enjoyed it. Well, thank you so much. We're on a roll. And buying supplements is very daunting. Too much I don't know. I'm glad they're not necessary. They're all processed foods, so you don't want contaminants, other ingredients. Yes, Ellen, that is very true. If you're going to use them, you have to be careful. Now, let me see if I can find Matthew's channel. I know it's in my list of subscriptions, but I'll show it to you. Okay. Let's see. I just type it in here. Oh, there we go. All right. No, I don't want that. Okay. There we go. Okay. And I see what you mean. You can't find it. All right. Let me see if I can find it in a better way. We'll go over here. Let's see. It should be on. I do see the videos. Okay. Did I miss it? Oh, there it is, right here. That's it. So let me go and copy this. And we'll put it over here into the chat. There you go. There it is. Okay. There's Matthew's channel. Let me go back over here. You can see. There he is. All right. So now you can find him if you want to. All right. So let's see. We'll go back to the Quack channel. Most are not needed. And can it be done? Yeah, the supplements is a big business. And Ellen is right. A lot of them are big business. They are a very specialized thing. If you don't need them, don't take them. All right. A little bit of bacon fat on my dry skin and forehead is very effective. Yes, it is. Let me know when that thing pops up. All right. Yes, it is ridiculous. Okay. That's calling back again. Nope. I'm not answering the phone. Okay, and there's the website. Got it. Thanks, Rick. Yes. When everyone is pushing something, it is a red flag for me, and I assume it isn't something I want. Yes, exactly. This is what I say about a lot of these groups, and I get a lot of grief for it. I think that's one of the reasons why the big time carnivores don't invite me on their channel and they don't like me, because I can spot the BS from a block away. If I want BS, I'll get cattle. Then I can use the BS to produce gas and be in my garden. I have not been walking since I started coaching class. I'm doing a lot of studying. That might be why the weight goes up. Oops, 404. Oh, it didn't work? Let me see. Not available. All right, hold on. Let me try this again. What is going on here? I click this. Wow. Okay, well, that is interesting. Oh, wait a minute. I know what it is. Hold on. I think it didn't copy the whole thing. Let me fix this. Hold on. I'll get it. It got lost in translation. Let me see. I'll get it. See, I put the whole thing in there. I don't know why it didn't go through. Oh well. It says not available. That's been fixed. The alkaline water hype. I got a friend that got into that, and I explained to him. I even used pH strips. It was BS. Still bought the equipment. Nothing got better. I don't know. Marketing. Only one stuck is vitamin D3. Yeah. Water machine. He still has a water machine. They still use it. I mean, it does have a filter in it, which has some value. But for the money they paid for it, they got ripped off big time. Yeah, add wide end of URL. That's it. Some can be used for short periods. Medicine. Rick has a stalker. There you go. Cornerstone today. Yes. If I want BS, I eat bacon in the setting. There you go. Okay. Yep. Got it. Thanks, Rick. All right. So I clicked it, and this time it came up. There we go. See? Cornerstone today. There's Matthew and his wife. And, nice channel. He's got more people than I do. Let's see. He's got, 6,500 and something subscribers? He's got more than me. And originally he was plant-based, but now he's carnivore, which is awesome. Let's see. Okay. So anyway, nothing happening here. All right. Let's see. Got it. Thanks, Rick. Okay. So, let's see. All right. I guess we've caught up with all the comments. Excellent. So, it's afternoon. It's going to be time soon. I'm going to make some heart attack chicken and some pork for lunch. Now, with all the delicious goodies that John sent me, I'll have to pick a special day to enjoy that beef, which is a real treat around here. And again, we get it when we can. That's it. I've had to cut back on beef a lot, but it's nice when I can get it. So my cheat meal now is steak. That's my cheat meal. Regular food's going to be chicken and pork and whatever I can pick from the parking lot. Hey, Milton, come here. Come on. It's time to say bye to everybody. Come here. Come on, Milton. Come here, Milton. Come here. Come on, Milton. You're so pretty. Milton. No, don't be camera shy. There we go. Look at that stuff, Milton. Oh, yes. That's my widow, Milton. Are you a good Milton? Yes, you are. Oh, my goodness, are you a friendly kitty? You're so pretty. You're so pretty. And Matthew says, God revealed the secret knowledge of carnivore. All arthritis gone. Creatinine. Oh, there goes, see, the meter just popped up. We're now in violation of time. Okay, creatinine, I guess he means creatine, has been a game changer. I read that collagen reduces fine wrinkles by 30%. So I'm trying it. And Matthew says, I appreciate you sharing the channel. Well, you know, you come here to my channel, I share. I'm not selfish. You know what the Lord says, you receive free, you give free. Right, buddy? Yeah. And again, I'm not going to push anybody's faith on anybody else. That is your choice. But for a lot of people, believing in God, and it really helps you with your mental state. You don't feel like you're alone. You feel like you have somebody to guide you on your way. That's a good thing. And I think most people, they need that guidance. So if they can get it from the Lord Jesus Christ, that's great. If they can get it from within, well, maybe they're better connected. I don't know. Hey, buddy. Hey, little kitty. Oh, he's such a good kitty. Look at that cute face. Oh, my goodness. People think you look like a movie star. Yes, I think you do too. You're cute. I love my kitty. Yes, I do. I love my kitty. And you got a new subscriber. Everyone have a wonderful Saturday. And thank you to Charger Mopar. And thank you for being here the whole time, Ellen. We're glad that you are here and participating. Participation is important. And thanks to everyone with their great suggestions and questions. Nice to write with you again, Ellen. Hi, the cornerstone. Yeah, exactly. How are you doing? All right, there we are. So, Milton, say hi and bye. Come on, here we go. I'll give you some more food. I gave you some meat earlier. There we go. Look at that little Milton. Look at that face. Look at that. Now, you're cute. See, you're the cute one here. I'm the ugly one. You're the cute one. I look like I came out of the Addams Family house. But you, look at that face. Oh, yes. You're such a good kitty cat. Yes, you are. Look at that, sweetie. He's like, why are you doing this to me? Okay. He's going to bite. He's going to bite. He's a good kitty. He wouldn't bite anybody. Yeah, you're a sweetie. It's so cute. People say that cats are mean and difficult to deal with, but I've always had good success with my cats. I dress like Milton, always in black unless I am working. There you go. Hi and bye, Rockin' Coach Amy. Yes. Have a great weekend, all. Thanks, Rick. Have a great weekend. I will check out your channel. And let's see if we can cue the music here, which probably won't work. But then again, I'm going to be optimistic, not negative or positive. We're going to be optimistic and see if the music works. And hopefully it does. Let's see. All right. We'll try something different this time. Okay. All right. Not bad. Okay. That's not too bad. Hopefully it doesn't overwhelm the microphone. Maybe it's not too loud. I try to get something a little different every time until I find something that works out well. There we go. Sort of a Mr. Rogers vibe going there. All right. Let's get these comments. Have a good Saturday. Yes. Have a great Saturday. I will see you later, hopefully. You also. Yes. There you go. And thanks again for the lovely gifts. I wish I had lovely yellow eyes like Milton's. Yeah, right? I have eyes like Uncle Fester. Let's see. You too. All right. There we go. Oh, he's sleepy. Yes. Amy. That's great. Oh, we got this here. All right. There we are. Yep. And we have a compliment here. Rick's music is always good. There we are. I just pick it from the YouTube library. We want to be lively here. We don't want to be depressing. That's right. And Milton, he's good too. He's sitting next to me like a good kitty. Come on, Milton. There he is. Yes. Come on. Yeah, Milton. Look at that. You can see the little cat head. There's the cat head. There he is. He's so relaxed. Yes, he is. All right. Milton, what are you doing? I think my phone might be ringing, but it's broken. All right. We're on the advance over here. Perfect. Okay, why is this not working? Oh, there we go. There we are. And Mr. Rodriguez says, goodbye from the neighborhood. And I'll catch you later today, 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and again next week on Saturday morning for Live at 8 with Rick. And for all of you that have been here, thank you very much. You are the community. It's not me. And we have a comment. I can't stand Mitch's happy music. Well, this is not Mitch's music. This is different. But I try not to copy anybody else. That's what I like about you, Rick. Excellent. And you have good taste. So I will catch you later.